Hello, and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I'm Agent Ape.
Agent Ape? You know, how befitting, how lucky for me that we have a true Idahoan here. Is that the correct term, Idahoan?
Technically, but it's stupid.
Idahoan, Idaho, whatever you prefer. I don't give a damn.
We use Idaho in here, but it doesn't really roll off the tongue very well.
No, it's a great harmonial situation for me all over again, but I'm so glad you are here, you of the potato lands, because we are going to be discussing just a whole mess of potatoes on this episode of the Kongversation, because every 30 years or so, and this has only happened, once over the span of 30 years, this little trivia fact. So I don't know if it's going to hold up in 2055, but it seems like every 30 years, the concept of a Donkey Kong theme park enters the zeitgeist. Because in 1995, we had Crazy Kremland in Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Kong Quest. And then 2025, it's more of a real-world phenomenon, isn't it? With Donkey Kong Country opening up late last year at Universal Studios Japan in Osaka. You went there.
Yeah, I did that. That's the highlight of my life, and now everything is all downhill.
Yeah, I know. The highlight of my life was playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, so that's why I'm still prolonging it as much as I can, because I feel like I'm just going to crumble into dust when I finally finish everything, like Thanos style. But
yeah, but it's not related to finishing the game. It's just going to happen.
It's just going to happen. Yeah. It's my age range for talking about cartoon video games. I far exceeded it, and it's time to go. It's time to leave this plane. But I'm going to hold on for as long as I can. I haven't even been to Donkey Kong Country at Epic Universe in Orlando. And so those are were, I should say, the big Donkey Kong story earlier this year, before Bananza was announced. But I don't think anybody was expecting a third variation of the Donkey Kong theme park this year, especially in said video game. And for me, I finally have a Donkey Kong theme park that provides me vegan and vegetarian options. So this is actually my ideal standard for a DK theme park.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's amazing about it is we know a couple things about DK, okay? So we know he loves bananas, and he loves eating burgers and meat. And now they combined those two things for him.
Yeah, they combined them.
Like they made a food so delicious that they had to make a fake version of it out of bananas, which is great.
Which is great.
It sounds honestly disgusting.
No, it's far less disgusting than what actual burgers are made of, in my opinion. I'm not trying to push an agenda on anybody. I'm just saying what I like to put in my mouth, and what I like to put in my mouth doesn't include Chops Sensei intestinal tubes or whatever the hell is in the DK Wild hot dog.
Now, Hyle, the thing about it is that I don't want to talk about what I like to put in my mouth. But
well, look. You know what? That's neither here nor there nor in your mouth right now, because I need that mouth chattering.
Well, you don't know that. You can't see what I'm doing, but
I need it open and moistened for Donkey Kong Bonanza chat, because today on the Kongversation, we're looking at the theme park in Donkey Kong Bonanza. We're looking at kitschy Americana filtered through an East Asia lens. 1,400 layers beneath our very feet. Before we get to the final fight of Donkey Kong Bonanza, we must feast with this episode of the Kongversation. Yes, we're talking about Feast Layer.
I'm talking about Feats Layer.
Oh, well, that's Yuka Replay. That's Yuka Replay. More on that in just a bit. I do want to say, so Donkey Kong Bonanza, we've had this spoiler policy in place for Bonanza since before the game came out. We will be lifting our spoiler policy on Bananza October 17th, 3 months after the game was released. I think that's more than fair. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think most of us have finished it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
So,
not just for your little clique, your little friends group, Andrew. It's
well,
for
no, but like like in the inner circle, I think we could probably drop it there.
no, you know what?
Uh,
It's just a matter of principle at this point. And if somebody joined the inner circle tomorrow and they hadn't beaten the game, boy, I bet they'd be glad that spoiler policy is in place. Look, we will continue avoiding discussing spoilers on the conversation itself until we get to the respective episodes that deal with them. But on the main site, on our social channels, we will be dropping all pretense of spoilers on October 17th. So there's your warning, folks. There is your warning. But
yeah, we're warning you.
on this episode, there will only be spoilers to the end of Sublayer 1401. So, yes, I know. That's frustrating. That's frustrating for people like Ape here who just want to blab, blab, blab about all the juicy secrets of Donkey Kong Bonanza.
No,
But
no, no.
I,
We're not talking about juicy secrets. We're talking about big, juicy meat patties.
not even made of animal carcass, though, made of bananas. So it's a win-win for,
Bananimal.
it's a win-win for me. It's a win-win for you. Everybody's
And
going to
it's a
be happy.
win-win for Donkey Kong, who loves eating meat.
Yes. Although this looks like quite fatty banana meat. So let's just hope that cholesterol doesn't kill us before we can actually discuss those spoilers. And before we actually start the episode itself, I want to address Yuka Replayly. So a lot of people have been asking me over the last week, hey, are you not going to discuss Yuka Replayly on the conversation until you're done with the Bonanza episodes? No, I'm not going to wait. We are going to be mixing in Yuka Replayly episodes. In fact, the next episode of the conversation after this will be Yuka Replayly First Impressions. I've had to delay it a bit because there was a bit of a mix-up procuring my review copy of Yuka Replayly. Yes, unlike Bananza, I did get a review copy for Yuka Replayly. However, there was a lot of turmoil along the way, a lot of crossed wires, and then I got a review code and it didn't actually work, which meant I had to request another one, and so on and so forth. Suffice to say, I did not get my review copy until 1 hour before the embargo lifted for reviews. Not any time to actually play the game and write my own review. So all of that is kind of delayed a little bit, but it is coming, and we will be doing our Yuka Replayly First Impressions on the next episode of the conversation. It'll be a bonus episode. We will not be delaying Donkey Kong Bonanza, because I know everybody wants the next episode of our Donkey Kong Bonanza coverage, and you don't want to wait an additional week for it. Do not worry, I will not be that cruel in my approach for doling out these episodes.
Yeah, we don't want to leave you guys edging when you really want to hear about this next layer. So,
Yes, yes. So all that is to come on the conversation. Really quick, I wanted to give a shout out to our patrons in the live stream. Hello. Our $5 and up patrons who can listen to these episodes of the conversation live as we record them. You can hear all of the edging / gooning references we made before we even started recording. And then we just carry them forward as you're supposed to do when having a nice gooning sesh. You just got to keep going no matter what.
you're not supposed to finish. You have to
No.
keep going as mannered. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Traveler of the
No matter
Stars
how
with us.
unpleasant it gets.
We got Traveler of the Stars with us today. We got Just a Banana in My Pocket, Chocolate Milk Drinker, Courtney Freezer. We've got, oh my God, keep scrolling up, Hyle. Jalen CSC. We've got the Noipoi. Hello. March Rose. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. So some of those people you'll be seeing on upcoming episodes of the Conversation, namely Courtney.
Yeah, so hop on this roller coaster and let's get started.
Gigastrike says you got to get that Yuka Replayly review out. IGN is out there giving it a 5 out of 10. Seems to be the outlier though, out of all the reviews, and quite frankly, I don't really trust IGN. So you know what? I'm going to go in unbiased one way or another. I will be giving it a shot, and I will give you my unvarnished, uninfluenced by the outside world opinion. So just stay tuned for that. It's probably already up, honestly. When by the time this episode goes up, my Yuka Replayly review will be out. So, how's the Idaho crew going? What do you got going on over at the Idaho crew HQ right now?
Well, we've been streaming this little game called Donkey Kong Bonanza every Tuesday. You might not have heard of it. It's a little bit of a obscure one. Um, and then yeah, as Freezer is saying in the chat, I'm going to Australia for a wedding. Uh, so that's gonna be fun.
Didn't you just go to
Um,
Japan? How do you afford this?
so I have a friend that I have a friend that works for Delta that got us cheap tickets to Australia. They did not do this for Japan, unfortunately. So,
Mm, mm.
but yeah, so I'm a worldly traveler this year.
You are. I have barely left my office chair, and it's been torn asunder thanks to the vigorous squishing from my buttocks. So I feel very small compared to you.
I am a giant. Yeah, if I could step on you so easily, little man.
No, you're effectively the international jet setter that I've always aspired to be. And yet, here's hoping, given all of the, air traffic control issues, all the government shutdown slash slashing of the federal government. Uh,
Yeah, has the
fu-
government shutdown impacted the flow of the conversation?
no, no, absolutely not, because I am my own sovereign state. But
I
I'm just,
see.
I'm just saying, I hope your plane doesn't crash.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, yeah, you're welcome. Just put that out there. This could be your last appearance on the conversation. And then I have to do a tribute, and I
This
don't
is
know.
this is gonna be so awkward when the plane gets when we get 9/11 again.
Oh, no, I mean, it'll be a different date. We're past 9/11.
Right. Well, yeah, it was on a bit of a delay this year.
Just a banana in my pocket points out, I have traveled to the center of the earth. I'm also worldly. I suppose. I don't know if that really counts, though, if you're just going down. I think you've got to go around.
Well, we're going down all right.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Just stop. You're saying how much you want to be putting meat in your mouth. You keep making all these references to ejaculate. Not on my watch. Not on this podcast. This podcast,
Yeah, this podcast is clean, good fun.
yes, you have to clean it first. It's
Well,
just good hygiene.
well, you should probably clean it after too, because it gets a little messy. But like,
Depends what you do with it.
yeah, that's neither here nor there.
One way or another, we are going to be feasting in this episode. So this is the feast layer discussion. And I didn't know what to expect going into this world, because this world, it comes after the whole cutscene with Donkey Kong reuniting with Pauline after they burst out of the great Harmonial, after they burst out of the great Harmonial's chest, and they fall down, and you're like, all right, this is a real turning point for the game. What the hell is going to happen next? And then you just see this giant animal sculpture. And I know it to be a lion. I know it to be a lion now, but when I saw this enormous red animal carved out of the rock, I thought it was a bear. And I thought then, oh my God, this is a bear populated layer. This is going to be the grand culmination of all of those Northern Cremasphere theories. You know, that Ingot Isle is in the Cremasphere and the underground world's central location is underneath because of the treasure maps. And I was like, oh my God, we're going to be introducing so many new bears in this world. This is going to be a dream come true. And while this layer would address the Northern Cremasphere in a roundabout fashion, it's not because it's bear
It's
themed.
this is so sad. This is like having your dreams crushed, like little Hyle deep in your heart, uh, making a wish for bears and getting a lions instead.
It's fine. It is fine because I've always said it's weird that there are no lions in Donkey Kong games. It's weird that they've never gone there given how associated lions are with, jungles and the savannah and like why wouldn't you put lions in there? Turns out they still can't put lions in the game even in a lion themed layer. Funny
Yeah, they're all made
that.
of rocks.
Yeah, but I appreciate that we've kind of walked up to it a little bit more. So yeah, the feast layer, you land and Pauline says, "Glad I'm on your back again, DK. It feels like I've come home." And I said that the whole groove layer and aftermath is a turning point in the game. I mean, it sets up Act 4 of the game. And what's really changed now between Donkey Kong and Pauline is they have a much warmer relationship, at least from Donkey Kong's end. I mean, Pauline's always kind of been fond of Donkey Kong, but now DK, his reactions towards her are generally happier and less annoyed or slightly perturbed. His idle animations no longer convey that sense of peevishness when she is like tussling his hair.
When she's like picking ticks off of his hair like a monkey,
Yeah,
she eats them now instead of just like throwing them away and going ew.
right. And for all those people who are concerned, what is Pauline eating in the underground world? She eats the juicy bugs off of Donkey Kong's scalp.
Yeah, it's like the Lion King.
Exactly. It all thematically fits in Feast
They're
Layer.
slimy yet satisfying, and they are little living creatures. So
Yeah.
Pauline needs to take some lessons from the conversation and stop eating such meat as little bugs.
Yeah. Banana based bugs are fine, though. They're fine. You can eat
Uh,
those.
so I could eat a banana bird. Is that a creature um that one's not worth I don't
Yeah.
know. Does that count as meat?
Yeah. It turns out banana birds don't feel pain and thus they don't have a soul.
So oh, I see. So it's fine to eat them if they don't feel pain.
That's what people always said to me about fish. Well, you eat fish, right? Because they don't feel pain. I'm like, I. It's like, oh, so if like your nerves were deadened, I could like eat your fingers. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, if they made like a living banana bird, like is it still vegan to eat it?
No,
Like
because it's
I don't
living.
know. I mean, it's a living creature. It's got little eyeballs and shit.
Yeah, no. If it has eyeballs and shit, I generally don't take a bite out of it.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you wouldn't eat a banana bird, no
I would
matter how
not eat a
tasty
banana
they
bird.
look.
No, no, I would
Okay.
not eat a banana
Pauline
bird.
could, and she would still be considered vegan.
Anyway, I really like that now whenever Pauline messes with Donkey Kong, like tickles him, he just laughs and enjoys it. It's a real like nice subtle shift that again, if you're not taking the time to see the idle animations, you'll completely miss it. But yeah, that shift does happen here in Feast Layer.
Yeah, and Pauline is she's back. She's ready for action.
She is.
It feels like this is after the climax of the game. You know, after all the edging beforehand, and like I thought it was strange. Like the plot felt like it was building up to something, and then it's like, no, you're actually going to a theme park.
Right. It's kind of a tonal whiplash to wind up in Feast Layer, but that's why I immediately went back. I don't know if you did this. Probably not. Because you beat this game in what, 2 days?
Yes.
Yeah. So what I ended up doing, I was like, Pauline missed a whole lot while she was being swallowed by that eel. I wonder what happens if we backtrack a bit. So I immediately went back to Radiance Layer because I said, wait a minute. When the great Harmonial, got it right again. When the great Harmonial burst out of the ground, that was not the actual intended sinkhole. That's weird. Let me go back to like the bottom of Radiance Layer and see what's happening. And Pauline makes a little remark when she sees that the hole that the Harmonial made, and she says, "Whoa, the great Harmonial made this hole?" And then if you talk to one of the snake Fractones, they will actually reference the still locked void stake. They will say, "You wouldn't happen to be searching for a key, would you? We think that frowny fellow," referring to Grumpy Kong, "had one, but he lost it when you showed him who was boss." Little Tony Danza reference there for you, all the kids who love classic 1980s schlock sitcoms. And then a Fractone says, "Oh well, it'll turn up. Forget the key, you two are free." So I thought, that's interesting that they even address this. File that away in my memory compartment. But then I went back to Groove Layer and I actually went through the hole, this time completely conscious as Donkey Kong, so we could experience the hole that the Harmonial made. I actually landed in Groove Layer proper. And yeah,
Don't describe it as experiencing the whole.
you really should have gotten some of this out before you started this podcast. You've come in so hot and horny for this episode.
I can't help it when you set me up.
All right, well, the party has ended in Groove Layer. The walls are white, not because you had your fun in there. No, the walls are now just sterile once again, and you are greeted by a Fractone that says, "Welcome to the Groove Layer, the most hopping spot in the whole underground world. Now that the Harmonial left, we can just chill. We'll be sure to keep the stage warm for when you come back." And Pauline is just amazed by the Groove Layer. She hadn't seen it yet. She says, "I can't believe there's a place like this in the underground world." So you better believe I also went to the getaway in the Groove Layer, and I went to sleep to see if Pauline had dialogue that we did not get to witness while she was being swallowed or partially digested. And she does. She'll say, "Hey, DJ, are you awake? There he is, my favorite DJ. Hee hee hee. Sorry, I had to try calling you that too." And then she does her whole kind of obnoxious Pauline shtick where she gets very, very enthused about it. And she says, hey, it's DJ DK right here in the getaway. What's that you say? Even a con can DJ? Well, okay. This hero's here to save the day, smashing everything in his way, eating every single banana. I guess I slipped up on the banana part. Ha! Anyway, I just couldn't believe that they actually had getaway dialogue for the Groove Layer queued up, recorded, ready to go. Because how many players would actually experience that?
7.
Yeah, and I'm one of them. Glad to be among the cool kids.
Kyle, did you voice act for Pauline? Because that was like beautiful.
I know,
it sounded
right?
just like her.
You know what? I signed an NDA. I'm not allowed to talk about it, but no. I don't know why they made me sign that NDA then. That makes no sense.
Yeah, you did. They did have you audition. You didn't get the part. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I also showed Pauline the fossil museum. I was like, look, Pauline, this is where all the fossils are going. So I took her through a whole DKU lore tour of everything she missed. So it was important for me. It was important for me to have her experience the wonders of Groove Layer. But anyway, enough about Groove Layer.
Happy for her.
Let's talk about Feast Layer, okay? Let's move on. So Feast Layer, it's another giant world that has lots of ideas and like thematic crossover. It's a fast food themed layer that also provides a very elaborate factory tour, which effectively blends in the ambiance of a theme park or a carnival or a fair with this kind of American drive-through diner aesthetic.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Well, I mean, it does.
Um,
It's got the very distinctive red rocks contrasted with a lot of salt. There is a lot of salt on the ground here, and that's important.
this is a theme park that looks like it smells bad.
I mean, it looks like
Um,
it's a theme park that smells like a fryer or like a grease trap, maybe.
yeah, I don't know if like see Hyle, I know you don't partake in the devil's fast food, but I just think of when I worked at a Jack in the Box and the fryers always made this noise that went like "Wee-er, wee-er," and that's what I imagine when I'm here.
So you're saying if you worked food service, then
If you
this
worked food service, this is like really it's like offensive.
okay is offensive. Okay, I thought maybe
Yeah,
you're just having triggered flashbacks.
yeah, it's like they're mocking me and my unpleasant job that I had.
Yeah, I mean, I did work at a Spencer Gifts right out of high school.
Oh, I see. So you get this feeling anytime you see a big dildo.
Yeah, they didn't really have big dildos when I worked there. They were more
Oh, I
like
see.
average starter dildos. You had to really work your way up to it, but
Oh, I see.
yeah. Yeah, that was my job out of high school. That's a real fact is I worked at a Spencer Gifts. Which there's a lot more to Spencer Gifts than just the novelty sex toys, mind you, but that is an
Yeah,
aspect
but
of it.
that's the most important part.
I did learn about the importance of lubrication thanks to that job, which set
And
me
you,
up for success later in life.
and you get like any endless number of those uh, boob stress balls or whatever.
Yeah. I also had to dress as a penis during Halloween.
That's pretty
no,
good.
seriously, I was in a dick costume, one shift.
See, I'm picturing it. I'm imagining little baby Hyle in a costume.
Yeah.
Uh,
I whenever kids would walk in, I would have to say I was wearing a mushroom, but
yeah. Sorry, it's just a yeah. I'm dressed as Toad from Mario Brothers.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, which is really insulting for me because, of course, I wanted to be dressed as Funky Kong, and they didn't have any Funky
They were
Kong
like, "Sorry,
costumes.
gorillas don't have big dicks, so you can't put a gorilla for the dick costume."
Yeah, there's no part of the human anatomy that resembles a Kong, so I couldn't really pass as that. But Feast Layer, it's a factory tour where they process the food, and it just so happens to resemble ludicrous theme park rides, the way they process the food. It's the kind of nonsense video game logic that I love. That, oh, it's just a coincidence that just feels like a carnival or a theme park. This is just how we make the food in this whimsical Willy Wonka style. And the big attraction of Feast Layer is the banana burger. And
So here's my question: how do
yeah,
Fractones know what a burger is?
well, they do like know a little bit about surface culture from what falls down and like
So they know what like a regurgitated, disgusting burger that has been like flushed down a toilet looks like.
or like a half-eaten burger that somebody threw out of their car and it just like worked its way down the sediment and like
So I
loam.
feel like whatever burger has ended up in the underground would be like not very good. It
Well,
would be disgusting.
it wouldn't be good, but they also eat bananas made of rocks, so I think that
Well, do they eat it all though? Like the fractones don't have mouths. Like
fractone
how?
fractones can eat because the Great Explorer Tone has made numerous references to trying local delicacies.
So like, do they just like form around it?
Yeah, I think they can kind of absorb the food. Yeah, they just let the food
I
become
see.
part of them.
And they digest it like a snake. Like they just eat it whole.
Yeah,
Because they don't have like teeth.
they don't have teeth. They don't need teeth. If your body is made of rocks and you can like form over stuff, then
So like, does their whole body have like taste receptors?
I don't know. I don't know. That's not in the lore. I don't know. I would just be talking out of turn. I would be really putting my own biased opinion on fractone biology, and I feel like I am not
Do they
qualified.
taste with their feet like a like an insect?
Sure.
Like
You know what? If that just moves us along, yes, they taste with their feet. Their sexy, sexy toes. Gobble it
yeah,
up.
that's why we're on Feet Slayer.
Yeah, but anyway, the banana burger is an all vegan patty. Good for me. However, it's unclear if the cheese they put on top is made with dairy or not. So I have to hedge my bets here, and I have to get it without cheese.
How close does it taste to the real thing? Because I mean, the way they described it as it just tastes like bananas. But that sounds so gross. It's just like a pile of banana on banana on banana, and they paint it up like
I would imagine it has a meaty texture, like a burger made out of plant matter, like be it soy or mushroom or um,
yeah, bro, what's the best one? Like,
it's
like
all how it's prepared. I mean, the Beyond Burgers, they're pretty good. The
you can't you can't get a Beyond Burger without a Beyond Burger Switch.
but the banana burger, it's described on a sign as a juicy patty formed of tightly packed banana pulp. Then they mix in big banana chunks to give it that special texture. Mmm. And the bananas don't stop there. Our bun recipe calls for banana paste. No matter where you start eating, your senses will experience an avalanche of bananas. Bananas. Bananas! We're proud to provide our guests with 10,000% of their recommended daily banana intake. And then, unfortunately, banana burger production is currently closed for maintenance for reasons we will soon discuss.
Trying to find out how many bananas you can eat without dying, like in a short amount of time. Google does not have the correct answer.
I think it's probably like anything. If you eat too much of it, you will die. I think that's true of most foods.
Don't worry though, the AI overview does say that it's safe to enjoy bananas without fear of radiation poisoning.
Well, that's good. I don't know if
I, I don't know
Banandium.
where it's pulling that from, but whatever algorithm they've got did not answer my question.
Al Gore needs to stop dancing because he's given us false information with his gyrating hips. But I think that Banandium probably has some low level radiation, which is why the Banandium symbol, the Banandium chip symbol, kind of looks like a radiation symbol. I think that's a subtle little tie. And, Banandium seems to be an energy source. So, yeah, like you probably shouldn't be eating close to 1,000 bananas like Donkey Kong does over the course of Bananza when it's Banandium. So I do question the health and safety of this. Practice if you're not a person made of rocks. But
I mean, it's all fried too, so it's like not good for you.
yeah,
It's like
like
sitting
that's
in fry batter and oil, and it's disgusting.
that's the thing. Like vegan burgers are still not good for you. They're just better for you than actual beef
I
burgers.
mean, yeah, well, I mean, well, you still need the meats. Um, But the thing about vegan versions of normal foods is that they made meat so delicious that they have to make fake versions of it. And I think that's kind of what's going on here is that they don't want to kill, but they want to they want the sweet taste of flesh.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I am a vegan, but I do crave a burger every now and again. Like it's just a matter of, well, I don't want to eat actual cow, so how do I get around that? Oh, there's a way now? Terrific. I'm not saying like that's always like a framed as a gotcha to vegans or vegetarians, like, it proves you really want to eat meat. It's like, yeah, but I don't. Like, okay, you got me, whatever. But it's especially an ethical concern when you have this interconnected world, this underground world of animal tribes. So it's like, do they start raising cattle down here to eat meat? Like, what happens if the cows develop this like anthropomorphic qualities and there's a cow elder? I mean, I guess I could start slaughtering the rhinos that have been brought down here, the Rambies, if you will, since there's.
I'll bet the Rambies taste great. Sorry, I was gonna say Rambi as in like a singular being, but we now need to accept that that is multiple.
Until
I
they're
bet all of them. I'll bet all of them are delicious.
until they're
Uh,
all yeah until they're all processed for burgers, and then there's only one more Ramby. But thankfully they.
can you eat rhino?
Oh
I don't
God.
even know. Rhinoceros meat is digestible. It's illegal and unethical to consume due to all rhinoid species being in danger or threatened.
Right.
Um,
Right.
okay. That doesn't say how it tastes, though.
Okay, you know what? You can research this on your own time, though. We don't need to be talking about the tangy flavor of our friend Ramby on the podcast.
On Reddit, no stupid questions. Someone asked, "Would rhinoceros make a good steak?" Um, I'm trying to see if anyone has the answer because how would you have the answer for this? Like, you can't eat a rhino.
This is why I hate food
I've
in general. This is why
I won't.
I abhor the practice of eating. That and pooping. I hate pooping.
Well, no, pooping's cool.
No, it's terrible and it's
It's
ghastly and
letting
it's
out.
nasty.
It's letting out all the disgusting little bits from your body and leaving you feeling fresh, clean, and refreshed.
No, my butthole can feel clean and refreshed by not passing feces through it. Thank you.
Um, well, if you want to stop pooping, that's fine, but it,
That's the dream. That's what I'm working towards. That's my life goal. Now that I got a new 3D
I,
Donkey Kong game,
however, during the conversation, I am pooping constantly. It's a big
pooping and
mess.
gooning at the same time.
Huh.
All right, all right.
That's that's not an experience. It's not an experience that I want to have in the conversation, actually.
Yeah. Anyway, one of these days I'm gonna figure out how to never poop again. But the feast layer, it does incorporate lions, but like the
How to
giraffes.
never poop again.
Okay, we're not done with this.
Our systems have detected unusual traffic from your computer network. Yeah, I fucking bet.
Yeah.
All right, continue. Sorry.
All right. Like the giraffes of the canyon layer, there are no more lions in Feast Lair. Only Fractones who have assumed the persona of lions, if you will. And in fact, there's
Yeah, it's their. We use the word fursona actually. Um, they do smell like a furry convention, and that's not a good smell.
there is a Fractone I love near the entrance to Feast Lair, and it's just a Fractone up on high, and they say roar. Like they're so half-heartedly going for it. They're they're trying to be a lion, but they really just can't get there all the way. They don't
I
care.
see. Did a lion fall into the underground then? Like, how do they know what a lion is? Like with the zebras, it's like okay, there's zebras all around, and with snakes, there's snakes all around. But
Well,
here it's like they're just taking on this form. They have to know like
they do. They do. Maybe if you had played the game for longer than 2 days, you would have absorbed some of this culture and context for the feast layer because there is
I hope the
no
lion got out because
there is
he's been
no
stuck to.
there is no explanation for what exactly happened to the lion tribe, but we do get a bit more in the way of backstory. There's even a hidden underground chamber, maybe a tomb beneath the arrival gate of Feast Layer. And if you drop down into it, you see one of the little lore tablets. You read it, and it said, "The words are faded." But you keep going, and it says, "In loving memory of our great, fierce founder." So whoever founded the Feast Layer, whoever founded the factory, has long since perished. And presumably the lions who are with them have also perished. Now, we'll learn a little bit more about that via the Explorer tone and some other little details along the way. But it's a little bit more than we get with the giraffes of Canyon Layer, albeit not much. But yeah, it's interesting all the same.
Yeah. Uh. What happened to this poor creature? I mean, was it is it old age? Was he just stuck underground so far and only had bananas to persist on?
Well, and
Um.
maybe frying all the food probably did them all in. Maybe this is just a matter of health and
I
diet.
mean, this is not it's not a healthy place to live.
No, it's not when you just are walking on salt. I mean, the body needs salt, but again, too much salt will kill ya. Will kill ya. So
That's DK Vine's advice for the internet is too much salt will kill you.
it's all
Put on a
about
smile, everybody.
it's all about moderation. It's all about balance.
If you're yeah, if you're getting into an internet flame war and you're throwing salt, um, it's all about moderation. You get banned for doing that. So
Yeah. No, I meant moderation. Never mind. This is why I'm going to outlive you. But more than just lion appropriating fractones, the feast layer is also full of all of the tribes and species of the underground world, including the giraffe fractones, interestingly enough. But you also get appearances from the once xenophobic isolationist salvager monkeys and the prospector monkeys from Ingot Isle who have been trapped in Racing Layer. They're also making their way down here to get some delicious grub. And this late game commingling of all of the tribes and animals and fractones, it also helps plant this notion in the player's mind that this is the world, this is the big world where you'll have to be using all of your learned skills, including the 5 Bananza forms. There's not preferential treatment here. They're all going to have to be broken out at some point. This is the culmination of everything you've experienced up until this point. And I really like the interactions between the salvager monkeys and the prospector monkeys. There's just
I
this.
do just want to point out, not all of them were xenophobic. It's just, most of them.
Okay, but yes, I mean, there's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be the really like norm
Hashtag
breaking.
not
Yeah,
all salvager monkeys and all that.
yeah. Just like not all the Kremlings are devoted to King K rule. Not all salvager monkeys are complete and total pricks, but I really like seeing the salvager monkeys and the prospector monkeys face to face for the first time. There's even this like cute little dialogue between two of them where a prospector monkey is just staring at the salvager and saying, "Are you my long lost brother?" And they're just transfixed. Their gazes just are locked.
So that means they do intermingle between different layers.
Yes, at this point at least, yes.
So they all fall. I mean, they all had to have descended with you, right? So they're just all dropping thousands of feet, bonking every surface on the way,
Yeah,
as Donkey Kong is.
in Racing Layer, the prospector monkeys, they fell along with Diddy, Dixie, and all of the
I assume like they're also able to use like the harmonials to get around because otherwise this would just be a miserable experience.
Yeah, they would have to use the harmonials, or they would have to use the elevator to get back up to higher layers because you can use the sinkhole to get down, but you can't scurry up the sinkhole to get back up. So, like they do at this point like have access to the warp gongs and can travel wherever they want, assuming that VoidCo haven't blocked the sinkholes to come. But
That's how we need to solve our infrastructure problem. And like we just need and we need warp gongs in real life that can get you wherever you need to go.
the automobile lobbyist will never allow it, unfortunately.
It's true.
Yeah,
The zoning laws here are crazy.
yeah. I mean, most towns will not even allow a bike lane, let alone any reliable public transportation. But you don't need it. The underground world has got you covered, and Feast Layer also has a couple of ways to get around, which we'll discuss. But you enter through Main Gate Market, and by the way, all the locations in Feast Layer have some sort of lion pun attached to it. So Main Gate, Mane, ha ha ha. But this is effectively the gift shop area, kind of at, in front of a theme park. You'll have all the different shops, all the different stores, get a souvenir, get some candy, get some quick food. But this is
Yeah, the
also,
Donkey Kong Professor Chop's burger or hot dog.
yeah, or get the Chop Sensei keychain, which you both failed to procure.
I know. I cry about it every night.
You should.
Haunts my every waking moment.
You should. You should produce more salty tears than is in the salty cured pork of Professor Chop's hot dog.
I don't want to put Professor Chop's hot dog in my mouth.
I mean, he does the little
Um,
wiggle.
I don't think that's a very sexy creature.
Whenever you get halfway through, he does the little wiggle. So, the gift shop area also is where you can buy the normal sized banana burgers, which I presume are torn off from the giant one at the center of the park slash factory. Now, Donkey Kong and Pauline cannot buy these, but we see other characters eating them throughout this area. So, I guess, we see the little cash register. We see all these little details like soda machines in the background. There's like orange soda, like whatever the underground equivalent of Fanta is. It's being sold here. We got the little cardboard to-go containers for the smaller banana burgers that have the little lion head on them. Just so many wonderful little details. I just had so much fun going around and trying to obsessively screenshot everything and just be like marveling at the level of detail and thought to make this feel like a real living world. The only thing I was missing, once again, restrooms. Because, yeah, you definitely want to have a restroom in your greasy fast food utopia.
Yeah, I mean, if you're eating all this burger and bacon, um,
Tomato.
I think it's. I mean, did the Fractones poop though?
Well, again, but it's not just for the Fractones.
This
Because
well,
there's
but the
also
I
zebras
mean,
and
it's
ostriches.
that's true. That's true. But it is a question because if they're absorbing this stuff, is it just like going into their rock holes?
I don't know if Fractones poop. I don't have those answers for you. I'm hoping.
Well, this is these are the questions we need to be asking on the conversation.
Maybe I'll do a whole video on if Fractones poop. in the future. I have to really devote all of my energies for that, and I don't have it in me to discuss Feast Layer and also discussing the feces of the Fractones.
Uh, no, I want to know. Like,
No,
that's
no,
my thing.
okay, yeah, you want to know? Fine. How about this? You find out for me, okay? After we're
All right, and
done,
I will keep you fully updated. I'll give you explicit detail on how the Fractones poop. Uh,
yeah,
it's not pleasant.
okay.
It's very unpleasant to watch.
Well, there's also fractones made of salt here, which we know fractones can be made of effectively any material in the underground world, not just fractonium. But yeah, it was weird. You go down couple different places, you'll encounter a fractone made of salt, and what this does is provide the player with an unlimited amount of salt in case you just have terrible aim at throwing salt at the Muck, which is kind of taking over Feast Layer and the factory, and is in fact halting the production of the banana burger. But the Muck, can be dissipated with the salt, and so you've got to give the player an option in case they pull up all the salt from the ground, even if it's just so much of it, like in the stock room under Main Gate Market. It's just mountains of salt down there. And they explain, we locally source our salt in that we just grab it from the ground. And that's what they use on their fries and burgers. And again, it's not feet layer, but I have to imagine there is a lot of feet going into the flavor of their food, given that everybody's just walking on the salt that they're using.
I mean, yeah, it's the thing is like this has several questions and all of them are unpleasant answers because the thing is like how do they keep this burger like how do they maintain this banana like bananas don't stay good very long, right? Do they have to make a new banana burger like every time they do this?
Well, I think they're
Um
making it out of bananium gems. Like, that's the thing. They refer to bananium gems as just bananas in the underground world. And that's a point they do make on the loading screens as well, one of the little trivia bits that pop up. So I think bananium gems just stay good for a very, very long time. And so um, it's not like they're actually making it from surface bananas, the kind in Donkey Kong's Horde.
I see. Um I mean that makes sense, but I don't know. It just there's just something about this layer that feels gross to me. Like I feel like some part of it would smell really bad.
Yeah, I'm
I feel
sure it
like
would.
it would be rotten and disgusting and terrible. I would not want to visit here, even though it looks so delicious. It's a facade. It's
All right, but you have to also imagine that the stinkiest parts of it, like the grease trap, are not open for public viewing. So, and they probably clean it out on a regular basis.
well, you say that, but one of the things that you one of the places that you can go is a ride that is on like a grease trap.
Well, yeah,
Like
there are a few places that are just over like simmering oil, but I think generally it's going to smell very earthy here. It's going to smell like cooked meat, and it's going to smell like all of the animals that are also populating this area. So it's going to be just so overwhelming that your nose cannot focus on any one thing, and then you can just enjoy the thrills and the spills.
this is a layer you can only enjoy if you can't smell it. So luckily we the player who only have the screen as our avenue of viewing it, we can experience it and enjoy its beauty and majesty. But anyone here inside the lair is miserable.
Mm. Courtney in a live stream says, I think Salty Joe and Big Al should come work here. See, I do think that the Fractone Lions have much more rigorous health standards than the Winky Bunions do when running Witchy World. So I don't think you could get away with a big rhino, like having
Sneezing into the
Yeah, having snot drip down into your burger, or
But see, this is raising more questions for me. Like, do Fractones have like snot? Can Fractones smell?
I, I think fractones wouldn't be able to smell, but they would be able to have like, senses that we cannot even perceive. They can probably
I think
feel.
I
They
think
can.
all this does is give me questions about the Fractones because the Fractones like they're made of one like thing. Like, do they have in they don't have you can destroy them completely, so they don't have internal organs. So it's like a magical creature. Like, do they have a magic nose?
They probably sense things more through vibrations. They're probably so attuned with the earth that they like have perceptions that we cannot even describe.
Like, they're all made of different materials. Are they like born that way? Do they just
I've got theories on
it's
it.
like
I've got theories on it, but I can't get there. I can't talk about it yet because those are for future episodes. So
is it
sorry.
like it's like Metal Gear Solid 4 where you bump up against a wall and you can like absorb the camouflage from the wall? They can like take it. It's like octo camo.
I don't know what that is.
Um
I'll
yeah,
just
well,
nod.
yeah, just nod, smile and nod and the chat thinks that's very funny.
Yeah,
Um
Metal Gear. Is it solid? Is that what? No, no, I'm joking. I know that
well,
much. I
it's usually solid, but sometimes sometimes it comes out liquid. Um
speaking of
and
snakes.
sometimes sometimes it's green.
Speaking of snakes, I do also like that we've got a snake from the Radiance layer down in the stock room, and it actually shows them creating the burger lights that are around Feast Layer, and he says it's my newest invention. I just love that we're seeing that. Yeah, we're seeing them actually craft the lights as Radiance Layer suggested. But we're seeing it in action here. Just a nice little callback and follow through from what that world set up. So the main crux, the main activity you will be doing for the majority of this world is building the immense banana burger tower in the middle of the park, right in front of the big bear statue. Or, excuse me, lion statue. I wish it was a bear statue. But anyway, the muck that is all about, it's a new terrain type, muck. Lethal to the touch. It's just green slime, effectively. It looks like what comes out of Big Al's nasal cavities, but maybe Big Al is here. They attribute it to Void Kong and VoidCo, but maybe Big Al is just off screen sneezing on everything. This world has been described as feeling the most Banjo-Kazooie esque, so that would make sense.
So, Hyle, my question is Big Al a Ramby?
No, Big Al is not a Ramby. Big Al is an anthropomorphic rhino, and Rambies, or i.e. rhinos, are not capable of speech. They're not posh. We've debunked this, thankfully.
So like compared to a normal rhino, like a Ramby is like different, is what you're saying.
Did you even listen to the 4.5 plus hours that Cameron and I spent discussing
No, I
this?
don't listen to the conversation. It's too long.
Yeah. All right. Look, we've established that we actually had a nice, thoughtful chat about this, and unlike if Fractones can poop, we were able to find the answer, and that answer is that Ramby is a colloquial designation for all these rhinos that fell with Diddy and Dixie and the Prospector monkeys. They have been
See,
branded
that'll
Ramby.
that'll work until they make another game. But
Oh, they're not going to make any more Donkey Kong games. I have it on good authority from the internet that this is a dead series. It's a dead IP. Now, granted, that was from
uh
before they announced Bananza officially. That was just what was told to us every time we talked about EPD developing a Donkey Kong game. We were met with that comeback, so I'm just going to lean into it when it's convenient for me and I can shut down a debate I don't want to have at that moment in time.
well, I'm just gonna say it from my perspective, I think Big Al is a Ramby.
Okay, your perspective is wrong, but that's fine. You
You
know
you
what?
you could ride him.
Yeah, you
Um,
could ride them all night long and probably catch a lot of diseases from it.
I'd let him sneeze on me. Um,
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be using the mushrooms for a burger. You want to develop penicillin for that. Get the little shot, clear that little irritation right up.
Courtney in the chat had a very good question about if Salty Joe and Big Al explored each other's bodies behind the big top. Um, I think yes, but I've written several fanfics. I didn't publish them, but I guess now's the time.
You know what? You can do it after we're done recording this episode because we're getting sidetracked enough. Oh, the conversation is too long, but let me talk about Big Al reaming.
No, this had. I mean, the thing is, these are the questions nobody's asking because we were just talking about Big Al and we're talking about Rambies. Um,
You know, just asking questions is the refuge of the scoundrel. It is just the way to
I see.
launder.
So, Hyle, you want me to consume my media without asking questions?
No,
Uh,
but there are some questions that aren't worthy of asking. There are some
oh, you
questions
say. I
we
think if Big Al is a Ramby is a question worth asking for the DKU lore.
no,
Um,
no, no. He's not.
I think that should be a discussion.
Go back,
Um,
listen to the conversation, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Sublayer 1100. Cameron and I are
okay.
quite thorough.
Did Big Al get mentioned in that?
He was mentioned in absentia. He was mentioned by not being mentioned. We definitely described what makes a Ramby and what does
I see.
not make a
So
Ramby.
you didn't ask the important questions like if
We
Ramby is
we
a.
addressed it because it was 4 hours and 45 minutes long. Trust
I
me.
see.
Yes. Anyway, you
No,
gotta
I know
build.
it. That's why I didn't listen to it.
We've got to build the burger tower. We've got to do it. There is an enormous burger that must be made in the middle of Feast Layer, and to do that, you've got to hit the burger switches. Which there are 5 burger buttons you've got to smash, you've got to punch, and they're all about the park. The first one is just right there where the tower is going to be built. So that one's easy. But then the next 4 are a bit of a bother because you've got to go around the entire park. You've got to get through the muck. You've got to get through the traps and the tricks. You've got to use your Bananza forms. You got to learn everything you've learned up until this point to hit these burger switches and resume production in Feast Layer because there are a lot of hungry animals who have come to Feast Layer for a piece of the banana burger and they are left wanting. They are going to get a bad review.
See, I find the implications of the burger switch interesting because it's like does that mean the Fractones or the workers, I guess, they have to get all the way here, hit the switch. It's like you have to deal with this platforming challenge, but the Fractones, I mean, I guess they float, or they could get there a lot easier than you can.
I mean, I think that everything is just kind of askew right now because there is all of this slime all around. And I think the burger switch might even be like a fail-safe mechanism. It's like when normal production is halted, we can reboot everything if we hit the burger switches, but you've got to hit the burger switches. And unfortunately, so many of the Fractones, the lion Fractones, can't access the park because of the muck. It's
Yeah,
not.
I imagine the burger switch. It's like is it the customer intended to use this, or is like it's the thing the worker presses? Because it's like is it one of those like self-serve?
No. It's
You
for the
know,
workers because if you want a banana burger, you've got to order it through the little kiosk is out in Main Gate Market. So this is for the workers. They've just deputized Donkey Kong and Pauline
I
because
see.
their legend has grown at this point. Everybody knows Donkey Kong and Pauline and everything they've been doing for the underground world and in staving off VoidCo's influences. So there are 4 locations that contain a burger switch after you hit the first one. The first one is the greater go round, which is kind of, again, this is very reminiscent of Banjo-Tooie and Witchy World, because this feels like it's a helter-skelter made of crumbly cheese. Grated cheese, like congealed in bridge form. And so this is, of course, where you use your zebra bonanza, because you have to scale the greater go around in order to get to the top and get to the burger switch and the bananium gems that are also hidden up there. And you've got all of those zebras hanging out there to communicate to the player. Yeah, you've got to use the zebra bonanza, you idiot. We know you've probably barely used the zebra bonanza because it's the worst one. Sorry, Freezer. But you've got to use it here. And in fact, there are sponsored messages throughout Feast Layer that are sponsored by other layers, doing little promotional plugs for their own wants and wares. You know, they know that Feast Layer is a prime destination for the underground world, but they also want to juice traffic to their local businesses. So there's a greater go-round sponsored message from Freezer Layer that says, any moment could be the start of a sweet adventure, so run free. It's like, wow, that really makes me want to go freeze my ass off in your desolate icebox of a layer. Thanks.
Yeah, so this is another one of those things, right, where like the cheese has several questions. Um,
We don't
because
know.
like I don't, yeah, this is one of those like, okay, I don't think the cheese can't be banana. There's no way this is banana.
You can make plant-based cheese, and in fact, look, I will say plant-based cheese has a reputation, but I will say that
Uh-huh.
plant-based cheese has gotten significantly better in the last 5 years even. You can get good plant-based cheese. Now, granted, if you're just gobbling it up like a little cheese whore, then it's not going to taste great. But if you put it on something like a
My
burger,
thing is, I have a theory that this is from banana bird milk.
banana bird milk. Okay, see, I was thinking zebra
Um,
milk because Freezer and
because
I had the
we've
debate.
decided
Freezer and I had the
we've
debate that
decided that banana birds are not living creatures with souls. So if you milk a banana bird, it's fine. It's still vegan. It's okay. Um,
the thing is, I think that it would have to come from a mammal if it is actual milk. So
well, no, banana birds do have big natural stuff.
I'm thinking whatever the zebras use for their frozen treats, if they do use any milk, then that's also probably being used in the cheese. And that connection is made because the zebras are hanging out around the greater go round. So we've got that connection of that milky union between Freezer and Feast. And now, speaking of milk, Chocolate Milk Drinker is arguing that the zebra bonanza is not the worst bonanza because Chocolate Milk Drinker hates Radiant Slayer so much that they're saying Snake Bonanza is the worst bonanza. And now everybody in our live stream chat is arguing about what the worst bonanza is.
I will say anyone who's done the DLC will know that Zebra is slept on in the main game. Like it's really good for Emerald Rush, but
Okay, yeah, that's the DLC though. That is the DLC. At this point in the game, you're like, Zebra Bonanza, what good are you except for these very cultivated specific challenges that you have to use it because the ground crumbles underneath you if you don't move fast.
yeah, you gotta walk on this banana bird milk cheese. Um,
The Zebra Bonanza does get points because it's the Bonanza that gives Donkey Kong the biggest phallus possible.
so the other thing is like this cheese is like crumbly. Is it like grated and
Oh
like
yeah,
packed together?
actually, the official designation of this cheese, and it's a different cheese terrain type from the other cheeses. It's called grated cheese in your Smash and stats, in case you wanted
I
to know.
see.
Yeah. Yeah,
I did want to know.
yeah.
I had so many questions.
Don't worry. I maxed out my grated cheese. In fact, it.
No, we know. You were stuck here for a while.
Yeah, yeah. I first it was like, well, I have to max out all the cheeses just because I couldn't max out one type of cheese and leave the other type of cheese, and then it just became an obsession
See,
after that.
Cam and I thought we're talking about how it'd be really funny for you to get stuck in Feast Lair because you have Donkey Kong eating a bunch of food, but you have described this a different way to us, which is that
Yes,
he hates eating so much that he just throws chunks to not eat.
it was me finally using Donkey Kong to destroy food, and I think it really pleased me psychologically to finally have my fiction.
So you also think Donkey Kong thinks food's gross.
I think Donkey Kong loves bananas, but
I
he's
mean,
like
this is all made of bananas, right? So why
yeah.
would he smash it? In the lore, like he would love eating all this.
Okay, but we don't know if the cheese is made of bananas. That's one thing we do not know is made of bananas. All we know that is made of
I
bananas.
I think Donkey Kong would hate your destruction of all of this banana based food because it probably just tastes like bananas. It's probably delicious.
Okay, but the meat and the buns are the only thing we know. The bread is the only thing we know is actually made of bananas. And when Donkey Kong punches it, it shows him eating it. So he's still eating it.
Yeah, we
He's
don't see how the bacon is made, do we?
we don't. We also don't see any living sign of Professor Chops in this game.
I mean, he's a fossil. Like they killed him.
Well, or his ancestors are fossils, but for fresh bacon meats, you would have to have a living pig, and thus question mark.
That dude's bacon.
I mean, if the theme park didn't get to him first, if the real world theme park didn't get to him first, then Feast Layer might have
Well,
gotten
they just had
dibs.
leftover bits because Professor Chops is a species. It's not.
Oinks are a tribe of pig. Professor Chops is the singular one.
And they all have big, nerdy, stupid glasses. I've seen them.
It just okay, that's not accurate. Just because you wear glasses does not automatically make you nerdy.
Professor Chops. So the thing about Professor Chops, right? Um,
Here we go.
the thing about Professor Chops, I don't like that they all have poor eyesight. Like they all need these glasses. Um,
I mean, that,
does the entire pig species just like have some problem?
yeah, they might have been inbred, and that's just one of the
I see.
downsides. Yeah,
That's why they look like
to
that.
keeping it in the family. It's like the Habsburgs, you know, like they all had those big jaws and blood disorders, and well, the Oinks, years of inbreeding, it only gave them poor eyesight. Everything else is tip top shape, though. They
Now my other question is Trough um
is Trough
is he related
is Trough and
to the
Oinks.
Professor Chop? Yeah,
We don't know, but considering that Trough, unless Trough is wearing contacts, I would say probably not.
because my real question is, could you give Professor Chops like big nipples
You
like
could.
Trough
I mean,
has?
I think you have to pierce them and stretch them out first, is the
I
key.
see.
Yeah. But yeah,
Trough had to work
y-
for it.
Professor Chops is capable of having big, luscious tits, yes.
I'm glad we're all on the same page here.
We
All right,
are,
now
you know,
we're past grated cheese now. What's
it,
next?
it got contentious there with the Big Owl debate, but now that we've come on board about Professor Chops's.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's a question nobody in the history of this podcast has probably asked. Is like the trough and scoff nipple debate.
Um, Traveler of the Stars, noted Professor Chops fan in a live stream, uh, says Professor Chops mogs that other fucker because glasses are the best.
Um, Glasses help you see, but they're a crutch. I'm wearing them right now, but if I didn't have them, I would not be able to see very well.
Yeah. And
Um,
meanwhile, I've pierced my nipples just to get both sides of the equation into this podcast. I just pierced them just as we were talking. I don't,
uh,
I didn't know what I was doing, and I think I need a
did you?
doctor.
Claire's is going out of business, so you had to do it yourself.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't have any antiseptic, but I did have this bottle of Gatorade. Didn't really have the same effect, but at least they're nice lemon lime flavored nips as I bleed out. So yes,
Yeah, and not banana
you
flavored.
hit the burger switch up on the greater go round. The next step of the process, the kingly swings. Is that a King of Swing reference? Probably not. It just kind of rhymes. And of course, lions are the king of the jungle, according to mid 90s Disney propaganda.
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
It's a bit weird, right? That they always say lions are the king of the jungle, but they live in the savannah, which is not the
Well,
jungle.
I mean, did you see the way that Nala, like her eyes, like you know,
I mean, in 1994,
only a king could get that.
in 1994, I was bracing myself for Donkey Kong Country. I didn't have time for this frivolous other animate animated animal based nonsense.
No, Hyle, they made that movie specifically for you.
Well, they should have tried harder then because I didn't see it.
You didn't see The Lion King?
No, eventually I had to watch it in school, and I was like, ugh.
Why'd they make you watch it in school?
It was the end of the year, and like as a treat, we're watching a movie.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. It's a
Yeah,
cute little movie.
yeah. Anyway, the kingly
Timon
swings.
and Pumbaa are gay, so that's my favorite part.
Yeah, and then there was the direct to video sequels that are bad, right?
Um, no, people like Lion King 1.5, and I think they've come around on 2.
Okay. Well, then there's the live action one that wasn't really live action, but we're gonna
Yeah,
pretend
people
it's
don't
live
like
action.
that one.
Yeah, and then
That
they
one makes me mad.
and then they did the Mufasa prequel for some reason.
Yeah, the Fractones are really trying to emulate that energy.
Anyway, Kingly Swings. Kingly Swings. This is where the Lion Fractones mix and shake the ingredients, which is just a very convoluted, nonsensical way to have giant swinging mechanisms that Donkey Kong and Pauline have to traverse, which I appreciate. I think this is the kind of like video game logic that Rare would always utilize for their 3D platformers. It's like, what sense does this make? Why does this exist? Well, we'll give you a half-baked reason, and you'll just accept it, you dumb child. And it's nice to see Nintendo doing that too. This is kind of the thing that the Nintendo of olden days would have never bothered to explain why there are massive swinging contraptions in this factory. But yeah, it's where they mix and shake the ingredients. Okay, sure, I can buy that.
The thing about it though, like, would you really want to get on a swing after eating like a big burger?
Well, I think,
Like this has to be like the first this is like if you're making your itinerary, right? This is the first ride you get on because you haven't eaten yet.
yeah,
Um,
I think the logic is you would take the factory tour before you partake in any banana burger. I mean, generally speaking, you get to a theme park or you get to a factory tour, even. Like, you wouldn't immediately consume whatever is being made there. That would
so the
come.
first time I went to Disney, I went on the the Guardians of the Galaxy what's it called? The one that they replaced the Tower of Terror with, and it made me sick, like horribly ill.
Yeah.
Like I felt so sick afterwards. And this is that's what I imagine happening when you get on this kingly swing. Um,
I mean, in defense of the Kingly Swings, you wouldn't have any proximity to Chris Pratt on them. So I don't know if you would have gotten as violently ill.
That's true. No, that's only in the Mario movie, which also has Donkey Kong in it.
Which also has Donkey Kong in it, right? We're fond of that, even though it totally derailed the Mario movie. So Kingly Swings, they want you using the ostrich Bananza because there are a bunch of ostriches about, and the sponsored message is from Forest Layer. It says, "Flap your wings and launch yourself into the sky of your dreams." Okay, but I like seeing the like envoys from the Eggshell Hotel there, like talking about how they could incorporate swings into the Eggshell Hotel, and just I don't know, just fun world building there to see them, um, like actually there for a purpose and actually there to maybe bring back ideas for their own enterprise. But you have to scale the kingly swings, using your ostrich form. I mean, I know there's ways to, not actually do that, and there's probably ways you can just
No,
cheese.
yeah, the speedrun just skips this.
Yeah, the speedrunners
It's
skip
all.
everything. You know what? The speedrunners don't even play the game. They don't even open it, and they're like, did that, done. The fastest way to play Donkey Kong Bonanza is not even playing it. So good for them. I
Yeah,
mean, I'm
I mean,
happy for
I
them.
I respect I respect them a lot. They do the work. Um, they've probably played this game like 100 times more than I have, despite how it appears from the outside. So,
Yeah, I
um,
mean, like I said, if you didn't spend 30 hours in Racing Layer, you are playing it incorrectly, in my opinion. But, you know, I can't be the arbiter of everyone who plays this game. I have to let it go.
yeah, we skipped Racing Lair on the last Idaho Crew stream.
That's why I didn't watch, because I knew you were just going to make me mad.
Yeah, well, I figured, yeah, we attempted to, but yeah, Traveler of the Stars says Idaho Crew spent 2 minutes in Racing Lair. Yeah, it was really good.
That's
Um,
disgusting. That is honestly the worst thing I've ever heard.
the chat was very mad.
They should be. I hope you got a good talking to from all your viewers.
I let each of my chatters in the Idaho Crew spank me individually.
See, this
Um,
is just a kink for you, though. You just want people to get mad at you because you love being punished. You're like, yeah, give me the belt, daddy. And I'm like, no,
yeah,
no, you know what?
exactly. See, you understand though. It's it's not like a fetish. It's like a way of life.
Okay. Well, my way of life is looking at the new Diddy and Dixie designs for as long as my eyeballs can stand it. And
We
nobody
did
respects
destroy
that.
his flesh. We did destroy his flesh lump on the trophy though, so
Uh
it's
huh.
okay.
Uh huh. See, nobody respects the way I play Bonanza. They're like, oh yeah, the speedrunners. Oh, the speedrunners. And I'm like, I've played it for 165 hours, and they're just like, go to hell.
The speedrunners play it for like 10 hours a day and beat the game multiple times.
All right, well, good for them. I also have to do other things. All right, I juggle being a little freak, a little deviant, and I juggle having a regular life. How do I do it? I don't know. I don't know how I can have it all, but I make it look good.
Yeah, you do, Kyle. You wear that proud.
I like the
Um,
kingly swings. I thought this was
yeah.
probably this is the part where I was really starting to feel the world and really starting to enjoy it, especially like you have to throw little salts at the muckoids that are the new baddie of this world. The muckoids are little slugs that spew the muck, and you've got to salt the slugs. I mean, it feels wrong, it feels cruel, but you got to do it. They're
Donkey
unnatural.
Kong loves killing creatures, so
I don't think he takes any joy in it, but these are unnatural abominations created by
no, when
VoidCo.
well, Pauline does though, because anytime you kill one, she goes, "Yeah, ha ha ha."
Okay, so maybe Donkey Kong didn't enjoy it at first, but because Donkey Kong and Pauline have bonded to the point they are, he's now
Uh,
just as bloodthirsty as she is.
do slugs feel pain? Is it cruel to kill slugs?
I'm going to assume it is cruel to kill slugs.
Most eco-friendly gardeners recommend going slug hunting and immediately killing them.
Okay, that's
You can
fine
do
if
it
you.
quickly. You can do it quickly and painlessly.
That's fine if you.
Just see yourself as an ally to hedgehogs and daddy longlegs.
Okay, well, that's fine if you care about your tomatoes or whatever. Oh, I'm a gardener and I'm growing tomatoes.
Well,
Oh,
Hyle,
no.
where do you think those like vegan I don't know. What do vegans eat? Where do you think those vegan tomatoes come from?
I hate tomatoes. I hate tomatoes.
Yeah, but like you're not like you're not like eating normal food, so it's like
Tomatoes upset my tum tum, the acidic nature of them.
yeah, no, they give you like heartburn or whatever. But like you gotta have them on pizza. Um,
And then you eat the pizza, and what happens? You have to poop. This is just a never
well,
ending torture
the thing
cycle.
the thing is you eat the pizza and then you win the Mario Party minigame where Donkey Kong eats the pizza, and there is pepperoni on that pizza, so Donkey Kong is eating meat.
You're not winning this argument by bringing up Mario Party with me, okay?
What about Skylanders? He eats food there too.
You've never played.
Yes, I have. We streamed it.
You've never played it more than once.
I think I played it more than probably anyone in this chat.
All right. Anyway, the Kingly
We
Swings.
got through Skylanders. I liked it. We had to Crash Bandicoot in that. He goes, "Whoa, real cool."
After the Kingly Swings, you work your way up to the fry area, the area with the enormous French fries. And yes, this does count as terrain. This is potato terrain. So this is your terrain.
This is my terrain. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't have it.
Um,
We've
the
staked our claim to potatoes.
the ferocious fry house is just over yonder, just beyond the horizon of where the big French fries starts. And the ferocious fry house is kind of like almost a haunted house type environment of the factory tour of the park. They've got very loose, creepy theming. I think it's just like, ooh, it's this fry house, but it's also like a ghost house. It's like a haunted house, kind of, a little
I
bit.
think this was my favorite part of the world. I think it was I was like, oh yes, this would be the stupid thing a theme park would do.
Yeah,
Um,
they describe it as here we fry up potatoes in a frightening amount of simmering hot oil.
Now the
But
part that's interesting to me though is they don't specify that they're banana potatoes, so that could still not be banana cheese and could still not be banana bacon. Um,
yeah, this might just be potatoes. There's no banana in these potatoes. But then again,
I
this
think
is all.
this is the only one where you go to it and there's no I don't think there's a single mention of the bananas in this.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, like the other giant fruits seen in Resort Layer, that there's no banana like element to this, but they might also just be influenced by the bananium power. So that could be how this is also enormous. It's just the growth cycle and evolution is juiced by the bananium energy that is filling up the underground world. But yeah, you've got all this like muck glooping all over the fryer, as they described it. And there's a burger switch there, so oh no. Um, the Ferocious Fry House is also sponsored by Radiance Layer, chocolate milk drinker's absolute favorite layer. And it says, a smiling mouth enjoying tasty food can light up the world around it. You know what? I now hate Radiance Layer too.
Um, so does the Radiance Layer have like a governance then? If it's sponsoring things,
I think the
um,
Elder is the inherent, like, governor or mayor or leader of Radiance Layer.
you think they wrote that sign personally?
I don't
Um,
know if they wrote it or if like their little intern apprentice wrote it, maybe.
let's get into the meat and potatoes of this layer because so so the thing is there's a burial site, right? Um,
It's nearby. Yes, there is a cemetery that has all these tombstones, and the tombstones have little lion symbols. There's a little French fry tombstone or headstone rather, and you know, at first you're thinking, oh, this is just part of the ambiance.
so my question is, did that leader that they mentioned earlier, were they buried here?
Well, it's honestly left up to interpretation because you can break down through this cemetery and you're thinking this is just for show. But then you break down into this underground chamber, this mausoleum, if you will, and there are actual graves down there. And the seeker tones, the fractones that like to hide, and you have to find them all to get a Banandium gem, they're hiding in the graves like little creeps. Uh, you bump into one and they say, "Employees nap, enjoy a snooze. We hide in here if we so choose." It's like, yeah, it's great. You have a little song for it, but you're still sleeping in a grave.
Well, I mean, it's what they call it a dirt nap.
And I guess, yeah, if you are Fractone and you are of the dirt, of you are of the like limestone, loam, and
So like so like fractons can be like any material, right? So like could they decide they want to be fleshy, disgusting creatures
I think they
like us?
I think they can only be matter that is like of the earth in the underground world. I don't think they can choose to be.
Are you trying to say that living creatures aren't of the earth though?
Well, okay, but here's the thing. If they could just become fleshy matter, then the giraffe and lion fractones, as well as the fractones that take on the persona of ostriches or
Well, no,
snakes.
they just don't like the inconvenience of needing to poop.
Okay, but I'm saying though, like it's probably not likely that they can take on organic fleshy matter.
I think it'd be cool.
Well, it would be cool, but it would be cool if I could fly like Superman, and I can't. I've tried, and I just fall.
So like if a if a fractone were to form itself into fleshy matter, would it still be vegan to eat off it?
It wouldn't be vegan to eat a fractone even if it was rock, because a fractone can think and
Yeah,
feel.
but they
And
could just reform themselves though.
well, but then
They feel no pain.
that sounds like it would be worse for you, the person eating the fractone, than it would be for the fractone itself.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, they don't feel. Yeah, yeah, fractons don't feel pain. Freezer in the chat is also talking about. Um, so like the thing is, it's like fish rules, right? Like if they don't feel pain,
It's
it's fine to eat them.
fish rules do not apply. That's just people who don't understand the concept of being a vegetarian or vegan come at you with these ideas. Oh, well, eat fish because they don't feel pain. And I'm like, yeah, but you're still taking its life. It's not about like
But you're
feeling.
not taking the fractone's life though. Fractones are like fine.
Okay, but if you're just eating the fractone and it wants you to eat it and you're not taking its life, that's just a consensual kink. Then it's not actually anything.
All right, we've talked a lot about consensual kinks in this in this
Yeah,
conversation,
then it's not
but
a problem. But I do worry that the fracton would just reform in your gut and immediately kill you.
is that how do they like reproduce by like budding? Like, do you pull off a piece of fractone and then you can make another fractone out of it, or like how do they make more?
I think they can bud. They can like we've seen their like intelligence spread between different pieces. The fragmentones have like individual sentience. They can think and feel independently of the piece that has like the main chunk that they have broken off of, but then they reform. So it's either a hive mind situation, or maybe if you spend enough time separated from the fractone you broke off of, you will become your own separate entity.
See, that's the thing, right? Like there are several questions with the fractones that I have
Yes.
because So the Fragmentones, yeah, so like they're individual beings, but then they lose their identity when they form into this main being.
I think there is like a time window in place where if you don't spend that much time separate from the main piece that you broke off of, you retain your identity, you retain your individuality, but over time you will evolve away from that fractone and become an entirely different personality,
That's how
in
it works
effect.
in the Idaho house too.
Yeah, yeah, you're always, but I mean, that's how you keep growing your ranks. You just keep budding.
We call it spudding because of potatoes.
God. Well, I mean, that makes sense, potatoes. But anyway, what's interesting for me is down in this little mausoleum, down in this crypt.
Sorry, Freezer in the chat says is sucking toes vegan. I also have that question.
You know,
For eating another eating another being.
any sucking and swallowing can be vegan if it's consensual.
Never mind.
So,
Sorry, continue.
oh my God.
I,
The
See,
absolute
that's consuming a living creature, but like it's not yet a living creature.
the absolute dumbest question I ever had about being a vegetarian was someone asked me, so that means you don't eat pussy? And
What did you say? What did you say to
I
them?
just stared at them and I shook my head and was like, do you think the vagina is a living entity unto itself? And do you think I'm like eating it? Like literally, do you not know what that means?
Yeah. Uh. I think it shouldn't be vegan to do that. I think you're not allowed anymore.
All right. Can we get back on task here? Can we get back on the topic?
I've been very on task.
No, no, this
Um.
has been the most erratic of any episode I've done in the Bananza lineage. Uh in the crypt there is this lore sign that says upcoming factory events. And it says product announcement meeting. These are all like bullet pointed. Product announcement meeting. Promotional event post-mortem. Ooh. And then it says founders celebration. And then in parentheses, mandatory. Which I
How recent? How recent is this founder's death?
I think since the one little tribute under the entrance, under the arrival area said that the words were faded, it happened a long, long time ago.
So
But
is this like a yearly event they run or something? Like the
I think
founder's
so.
celebration?
I think the founders celebration is this thing that is still current and is still a holiday no matter how long ago the founder died. Yes. But it's interesting that they do bring up the founder in this mausoleum under this cemetery yet again. It just helps make this link between, yeah, the founder's super dead, and whether or not this is actually where the founder or other lions are buried, or if this is all for show, you know, part of the fun of the factory tour, that's unknown. I didn't find any bones. I didn't find any lion bones around here. So that would have been a nice touch, though, if you would have
Hmm.
just seen like,
Or like a lion fossil?
yeah, we did have fossils, but more on that in a bit. They weren't lions. They weren't any organic matter in this case. The Ferocious Fry House is also the location of the mini boss of this world, which is once again a Mad Mixer. In this case, the Mad Mixer remix. So we fought the Mad Mixer in Canyon Layer, you know, on the minecart. You had to lob the boom rock at the Mad Mixer,
No,
and
Idaho Crew, we showed on our stream the ideal way to clear Mad Mixer, and it is to not initiate the boss fight and then just kill it with Pauline and co-op from off screen. Um, It was awful. It was kind of funny.
I mean, yeah,
Um,
you can
I
cheese it for
assume
sure.
that would also work here. I guess we'll have to test that theory on our next stream, which I think we'll probably end up doing this layer.
I mean, you don't really have to cheese as much at all because it's a very, very easy boss fight. But um,
Yeah, but like it feels satisfying.
oh, I'm sure it does. Just like those uh challenge courses where you have to tear down the building. You have to demolish like the girders, and you can cheese it by not even crossing the starting line and just like use the elephant bonanza to suck up as much as you can and throw stuff at it, and you can clear
I mean,
a good
the
part of
thing
it.
is like doing that, that's like the equivalent of like, the thing you could do in Donkey Kong 64 where like you glitch out the Rodney race and like start in what is it called when like he does his crazy handstand, whatever. Um start in whatever that mode is. That's kind of what doing that is like. So I don't feel like it's like a cheat. It just feels like I don't know. It feels like exploiting the intended mechanics, but it doesn't feel like wrong.
No, I would say that is not wrong. What's wrong is not spending 30 hours in Racing Layer, you absolute heathen.
Oh no, no, no. We figured people didn't want to see it.
It did bug me though that there is a terrain type that is just completely impractical to max out, and that is the ketchup on top of a few of the fries. And there's so little ketchup here, and it's a separate terrain from the tomato itself. And I was just like, you know what? No, that would be even too much for me to max out the ketchup.
So you did 100% this layer?
You can't turn that around. You can't fight me with that because my devotion for navel gazing, my devotion for gooning my way through Bananza is so much, and then you can't say, "Oh, well, you didn't do it right." I mean, that's like coming at me and saying, "Oh, so you're not a real vegan because you eat pussy." It's
Yeah.
like
Well, I mean I mean that is true.
that's just such a bad faith argument, and it's like no, there's some terrain that's so like the apples. The apples count as terrain, but the apples don't regenerate like Banandia melon. So no, I'm not going to like continually reset the terrain to like chomp the apples. That just feels fundamentally unethical to the actual pure nature of smashing stats. No, look, everybody likes to trip up the person who has principles. Oh, really? So you have a problem with society even though you participate in it. It's like fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, no. I bet I've posted that I've posted that in response to you several times, I'm sure.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And Mad Mixer remix, you can ride the mine cart. It's fine.
Yeah, you throw rocks at him.
Yeah, yeah. The cemetery is the most interesting part of the Ferocious Fry House area, uh, which it's funny because it doesn't actually tie into the burger switch at all. But anything that really like suggests some darker history, because again, where are the lions? What happened to the lions of Feast Layer? We do not know. The game doesn't tell us. The only thing I can think of is their fatty diets did them in.
Yeah, well, lions, I mean, they eat meat, so they can't persist off banana.
I'm not saying
Um,
I'm not saying that a actual lion's diet is the problem. I'm saying these lions were deep frying
these
everything.
specific lions are deep frying everything and also not eating what they're supposed to.
No,
So, like, I feel like they're running into several problems.
even though a banana based burger would be healthier than a all beef burger, you still can't just survive on burgers and fries.
Well, I mean, I can.
Well, then
Um,
I will outlive you. So you know
well,
what?
I mean, I'm in Idaho, so we have fries just everywhere. They're constant.
I promise when you die, I will take a nap in your grave.
Oh, okay. A
It'll,
dirt nap, yeah.
it'll be a special episode of the Idaho Crew stream. Just,
That's what was it? Idaho Crew Travelogue, Agent Ape's grave.
yeah, just apes, apes coffin. Yeah. I'm not going to sleep in your coffin. I'll sleep on top of it. I'm not a
No, you
freak.
can sleep on top of me.
Um,
It's fine.
Moving on, the final burger switch is in the Royal Oil Cruise. And I guess royal, again, implies uh, the king of the jungle, the majesty of the lion, which I've never really liked lions being described as the king of the jungle for the savannah
Well, yeah,
reason.
you didn't watch The Lion King.
Well, for that, but also because I view gorillas as the king of the jungle.
Okay, Simba's like the worst character in that movie, so it's like fine.
I mean, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, that guy's career is just blossoming. He was such a star in the 90s, and he's an even bigger star today. I don't know. I don't know why I'm coming after JTT like that. I was sick of hearing about him in the mid 90s.
Simba's Matthew Broderick.
No, young Simba is Jonathan
Oh
Taylor
yeah,
Thomas.
oh yeah, that's right, that's right. Yeah,
How do
you're
I know
right.
more about the Lion King than you? What? I'm not supposed to
No,
know
no, no,
this
you're,
stuff.
you're
I'm not supposed to
no,
know this
you're
stuff.
right.
I'm breaking character here. I'm not supposed to know anything, but
Yeah, Hyle, you're not supposed to know movies. Our audience likes when you are lost and confused and eating pussy.
the movie's called Dazed and Confused. You would know that if you watched movies.
Um, I don't watch movies.
The Royal Oil Cruise powers the factory. It is the generator, I guess, of the entire feast layer, but it's also another like cruise along bubbling fryer oil. And
This also it, it just brings back terrible flashbacks. It's like, oh, this is gonna be making that fryer noise. I hate it. Um, I imagine if you hadn't worked fast food, you'll probably love this part. But anyone who's worked fast food is like, wow, this sucks. Um,
yeah, this is the closest like Bonanza comes when you're not actually like riding a mine cart. This is the closest Bonanza comes to like being on rails effectively. Like it reminds me of the moving platform stages in Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong Land even, where yeah, I mean you can climb the walls, you can jump up and off, and you can use your Bonanza forms to kind of skirt some areas, but effectively you are riding just a moving platform. You're riding the little what are they? What's the metal contraption that they lower into the fryer? What's that called?
uh, basket.
The basket. Okay, you're riding the basket, and you've got to use salt again to break down the muck that's all about the Royal Oil Cruise. And yeah, I definitely kept falling into the oil like an idiot during this part. Was not I was not at my most graceful here, let's just say.
No, I was cracked at this. I did awesome, and it made your gameplay look bad.
I don't
Um,
care. I don't care though. That's the thing. I don't care because I don't take any pride in, ooh, I play this game so well. I'm a better gamer than you. It's not a competition for me. It's not some sort of like make good for insecure uh, like absolute inadequacy. It's just I
I don't know.
enjoy
I'm not making it a contest. I'm just saying, I was real good at it.
Okay, I just enjoy being in Donkey Kong's world, and I just enjoy soaking in all the details, like the dead founder of Feast Layer.
Yeah, yeah. They say it's his world, and we're just living in it.
The Royal Oil Cruise sponsored by Canyon Layer. An energy-rich future is worth sticking one's neck out for. And maybe that's how the giraffes died. They just fell in this fucking oil.
See, but that brings back my other question too. Like who's like the mayor of Canyon Lair? Because there's no elder.
We don't know if the foreman is still in play. We know the foreman is still alive because they do mention the foreman doesn't like them riding the mine carts for fun. So I guess it would be the foreman.
They have four men in charge?
Wow, you really did rush through this game. Just, I cannot believe how unprepared you are. Not even willing to discuss the foreman. Instead, you turned it into this little pun, little joke. Everything's a joke to you.
Freezer in the chat says the foreskin. Uh, Thank you for that classic Idaho crew shout out.
Yeah, I mean, there might be foreskin because the bacon doesn't keep it kosher here.
That's one of the terrain types is foreskin.
That's that's in the sequel. That's in the sequel.
My smashing stats on that are pretty high.
Smashing the foreskin is going to be in the sequel, Donkey Kong Bar Mitzvah. Anyway, there are also other parts of this Sublayer 1400, other parts of the factory tour of the theme park that don't contain burger switches and are some of the most interesting parts of it, including the roller coaster. The roller coaster is kind of a way to circumnavigate, not circumcise, circumnavigate the park without actually traversing all of the, like, deep fried oil or potatoes that are sticking out of the ground. And there are also different Bananium gems and others like secrets along the way if you ride the whole duration of the roller coaster 360 degrees if you complete the circuit. So it's definitely worth doing if you are 100%ing this game. Although I'm sure speedrunners can just do it by blinking or something. I don't care. The roller coaster.
No, speedrunners are cool, and I respect what they do.
Speedrunners don't appreciate the fleshy bridge between Diddy Kong's eyes.
They put in the work. They appreciated it on their first playthrough and then played the game about 58 more times.
Speedrunners think Diddy Kong's eyes still are circumcised because they don't realize they've added foreskin to the middle.
Yeah, that's what foreskin restoration does. It adds a flesh spot between your eyes.
They don't tell you where they're going to add it. You're like, yeah, I want it back.
That's where that came from. Actually, Diddy just got recently circumcised and
yeah, and he didn't specify where he wanted them to stick it, and he woke up and he was like, "What's
it's
this?"
It's like those people that keep their baby teeth in a jar. He keeps his foreskin on his face.
That's Jeff. Jeff keeps his baby teeth in a jar. We learned that about Jeff on the Forest Layer episode.
I do not keep my teeth in a jar because I think teeth are like nightmares. They are like I don't like them as a concept. The idea that you can lose teeth is a terrifying nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
So the idea of keeping a jar of them, I guess they're just backup teeth.
It's basically just your bones falling off if you think about it.
Yeah, no, that's like you know.
That's just
is it
science.
vegan to eat is it vegan to eat a jar of teeth?
Yeah, sure. So long as you're not killing somebody for the teeth.
I mean that's the thing, right? Those teeth are coming out anyway. So if the teeth came out already, like you're probably fine.
Yeah, they can just drop out into your mouth, and you're just like, yum yum, give me some.
Yeah, I would not want to eat teeth, honestly, because that's like a device that's used to eat multiple pieces of food. So that's touched so much food.
Freezer says, I keep Jeff's baby toes in a jar. Just a banana in my pocket says, I keep adult teeth in a jar from my wife. That way they can't identify her.
I see.
And Traveler the Star says, this episode is going great so far. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're paying for the privilege of being here. I liked that the roller coaster was in effect the minecart, but it was bringing it back to Donkey Kong Country 2. Because, Donkey Kong Country 2 reskinned the mine carts to be roller coasters. And I like that even though we are at the point in the series where the concept of a mine cart is too iconic to divorce from a new Donkey Kong game, you can repurpose it, in this case, to be, in effect, a roller coaster. I appreciated that. They didn't get the toboggan in here from DKC3, so, B minus. But
Unfortunate. Fake fans.
yeah. But it was nice to see, and especially it was kind of fun to see Pauline really wanting to ride a roller coaster when the roller coaster I really want to ride is the minecart roller coaster at Donkey Kong Country at Super Nintendo World.
Yeah, I rode it. It was awesome.
I bet it was. But, if I had to choose, right? If I had to choose between riding minecart madness at Super Nintendo World.
That's the book that Hitler wrote, Minecart.
Okay. Bring it. You always have to do this. Every time you're on the show, you have to bring up Hitler.
Yeah, well, he would have liked to. He would have liked the roller coaster.
That's another bullshit thing when people say, "Oh yeah, Hitler was a vegetarian," and I'm like, "Oh, you got me. I guess that makes me a genocidal maniac." Jesus. So it's like, oh, so you're a vegetarian, so you're Hitler and you don't eat pussy. God.
You took the words right out of my unclean meat eating mouth.
I'm like, wow, that's just such an you got me pegged right there, and not in the fun way.
Anyway, yeah, so it's
Anyway, if I had to decide between riding Minecart Madness or just riding a basic ass roller coaster, but with Donkey Kong, I would choose the latter any day.
Yeah, I would climb the ladder instead of taking the roller coaster.
Spoken like a true speedrunner. So, in the middle, behind what I thought was a bear statue, because let's be honest, it does look more like a bear than a lion. I don't think I'm wrong there.
It's got a mane, though.
The mane is the wheel itself. It's the ferrule wheel.
It's like the main part of it.
Yeah, but if you're not looking at the actual Ferris wheel part of it, you're just looking at the statue. It looks like a bear. I'm not wrong with this.
I think at this point you got to accept that there's no bears.
I know there's no bears. I know this, but you know what?
If you want to look at bears, there's some sites you can go to.
Yeah, dkvine.com. We've got a whole gallery full of at least 14 of them. 15 if you count Banjo, 16 if you count Boggy, 17 if you count Mrs. Boggy, 18, 19, 20 if you count their damn kids.
Okay, so Banjo is a bear. He's like, his last name is Bear.
Mm-hmm.
But Big Owl is not a Ramby. So what's the distinction?
Because
like
bears are like Kongs, but Rambies are not like bears.
Well, they are now though, because like the thing that makes bears like bears is that there's multiple of them.
They're
like a family.
This is going to have
Rambies,
to. You clearly
Rambies are a family too.
You clearly need to re-up your DK Vine training. It's been a couple years since you've taken the test. Clearly, you need to restudy and take it again to get recertified to be on a Kongversation episode. I don't have the time to do it now. Let me just say you are on probation.
Oh my God. You gonna spank me, Daddy?
No! Okay, you know what? I was, but it seems like you're gonna enjoy that, you freak!
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a hard ass and not. All right, look.
Well, that's after the spankings, it gets a little raw. Anyway, the roller coaster it's real cool.
It's the roller coaster, but we're talking about the ferrule wheel now. Unless you have something to say about the roller coaster.
So lions. The thing about lions is that they have rounded ears. Some of them. So,
yeah,
like I get how you could see this as a bear.
The problem is that when you arrive into Feastlayer, the actual wheel of the ferrule wheel is voided out. So it's a different color from the rest of the sculpture. So your brain doesn't perceive it as part of that sculpture. and therefore it should be golden, but it's purple, and it sets such a contrast with the red rock of the actual sculpture that
Looking at the imagery, I can kind of see how you could see it as a bear, but
yeah.
the nose is very cat-like. That is a cat nose for
All right.
sure.
All right. Well, my cat has been dead for 9 years, so it's still a sore spot for me. I try not to
My
think
my
about that.
cat my cat likes to make appearances on the Idaho Crew stream, which you can watch every Tuesday and Wednesday, um, at 6 p.m. Idaho time. Uh, and so I see cat noses frequently. I immediately clocked this as a cat, but
Yeah. I was just so ready to see any bears in this game that I was projecting onto
yeah,
the feral wheel, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have just accepted it for who it was.
yeah, yeah. It's a wheel. You can see like enemies riding some of them,
Yeah,
some of the places,
you've
and
got
then there's like
fractones,
friendlies running.
mhm,
Yeah, there's friendlies riding some of it, and then enemies riding some of it.
but they're all voided out. So the feral wheel comes into play after you build the burger tower. You hit all the switches, and this is where we'll see a cutscene of Void Kong flying through. Apparently, Void drops his key to the Void stake on top of the burger, and so you have to scale the feral wheel. You have to uh, devoid the terrain to get the key, but you also then free the Fractones who are stuck on there, as well as a Crocoid. And yeah, I did like the Feral Wheel. It's, by the way, sponsored by Tempest Layer. It says, in fair or foul weather, keep the warmth of the sun forever in your heart. Okay.
See that one's got an elder,
Yeah,
so we
it
know who
does. Yes,
sponsored that.
yes. But the biggest
That, that
draw
that's a less controversial question.
the biggest draw for me for the feral wheel, beyond thinking it was a bear at first, and beyond the uh, Fractone lovers who have been voided out, they're having a romantic ride on the feral wheel, and then they were turned into purple, inanimate matter. And by the way, one of the Fractones is giving the other Fractone a Banandium gem as a romantic gesture, like you would give a ring or something. And Donkey Kong then steals it from them and totally ruins that proposal. So good job, Donkey Kong.
Yeah, real Donkey Kong's kind of a dick.
I,
Um,
I mean, Donkey Kong is a character in a 3D platformer. Donkey Kong is collecting shit, and unfortunately, there's a lot of shit that belongs to other people. And like Banjo and Kazooie before him, sometimes he has to break some hearts.
yeah. If my date got ruined by someone eating my engagement ring, probably never. I would probably never forgive that person.
I would if it was Donkey Kong.
If it was Donkey Kong, that would at least be a story to tell, but I'd still
Yeah.
be pretty pissed off.
It's like that story that, people love that little tale of Bill Murray, like coming up to somebody's table and eating their French fry and
My
saying,
thing is, I met Donkey Kong at Super Nintendo World or whatever, and he did not give he's very different off camera. Um,
uh huh.
didn't have time for fans. He kept going in and out of the cave because the suit's too hot.
Yeah.
Um, they had to send him back in the cave every 20 minutes. Um,
Part of me is worried if I went to Super Nintendo World and I met Donkey Kong, he would come up to me and he would whisper into my ear, Hitler was a vegetarian. And I would then be sad that Donkey Kong got one over on me.
I mean, in Mario Party DS, he eats a big piece of meat with a bone on it, so like he does. Um,
Mario Kart World, it's still up for debate what the burgers are made of, given the whole cow situation.
I think in Skylanders, they're for sure he's eating meat though. There's no way there's a vegan burgers in Skylanders. That is a property that will um they mass produce like whatever gross shit you can eat.
It's actually what they make the Skylander figures out of, just old meat
Yeah,
byproduct.
yeah, all meat byproduct.
Actually, Skylanders are 60% jerky. They've run the test on it. The lab has come back and said, yeah, they're mostly Slim Jim.
Uh, yeah. Donkey Kong fights chaos in that game, so that's cool.
Well,
Um,
speaking of
and
chaos,
speaking of chaos, yeah.
different chaos there. It's a little Aang looking dude from off of the Avatar, but in this case, uh, so the fossils, the main draw on the back of the Feral Wheel for me. So when I got into Feast Layer, and my first thing when I drop into a layer in this game is I look at the HUD, I look at the shape of the fossils that you're going to collect. And there are 3 fossils in here, like there are in all the large worlds, all the large layers. And, I try to guess what the fossils are based on the shape, based on that general blobby, like white outline on the HUD. And it looked like one of the fossils was a tire. It looked like one of the fossils was an old CRT TV. I was like, that's funny. But then I could not discern what the extra rare fossil, the giant one and done fossil, I couldn't figure out what that shape was. And I know Courtney, I think, suggested it was a Jinjo. That's what it looked like to her. And for me, I was thinking, is it a bat of some sort? Because I was seeing what looked like big wings sticking out and what looked like a pointy head. So I was like, is it like a Squeakly from off of Retro's games? Or is it a Flip Flap from off of Donkey Kong 64 and Paion's games? Like, what kind of Donkey Kong bat is this? Well, let me tell you, I about flipped my flaps when I realized what this fossil was.
There's a big robot.
It was a big robot. So let me read the descriptions for the first 2 fossils. So the most common fossil, of which there are 61, is the old tire. I like how all the fossils are inanimate objects in this layer. And on one hand, I was disappointed at first because I was like, old tire and TV, while fun, I was kind of hoping for more character references. I was kind of hoping for more actual, species callbacks, like we had been getting. So, even though this was honoring the past of the Donkey Kong series, I was initially like, oh, that's a little bit disappointing this late in the game that they are just kind of cheesing it, no pun intended, with all the other cheeses. But the descriptions are pretty fun. Old Tire says you could roll these rubber rings around and jump off them to reach high spots, or just bounce on them for fun. Okay, that description isn't that interesting. But then we get to cathode ray tube. And it says, an old-style television that was sure to catch the eye. If it didn't turn on at first, the best way to repair it was a good slap. So there you go. There's your other reference to the retro games in the fossils, beyond just pig.
Yeah, they I appreciate that they remembered that they exist because it's clear that most of the fossils skew toward the rare games. So
Yeah.
um
It does make me feel old, though, to see a CRTV represented as a fossil.
well, the thing is though that the fossils in this layer are the only ones that it is vegan to eat. Um
No, you could eat some of the plant matter, like the leaves from past.
oh, that's true. You could eat leaf alternate color and that'd
Yeah,
be fine.
that's
Um
actually what most vegan hot dogs are made out of, is leaf
yeah,
alt color.
leaf alternate color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, the biggest fossil, the one that's behind what I thought was a big bear, but it was actually a giant lion sculpture, behind the feral wheel, I could not believe what it turned out to be. I was flat out astonished because out of all the references, out of all the callbacks, and as optimistic as I've been for the Donkey Kong series and its future and now present, I never in my wildest dreams imagined that this character would ever be referenced or homaged or make an appearance ever again. I was like, I actually had to drop my Switch 2 momentarily to catch my breath, as if I had just had the best orgasm of my life after a 12-hour goon sesh.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Which is
I relate to this.
Which is appropriate because you have to clear off a whole bunch of muck to free this fossil, and you have to constantly throw the salt up at it, which was a fun little mechanic. It was different, but the fossil, the extra rare fossil, and oh boy, it is an extra rare fossil. It is Chaos. Chaos the robot, the former puppet ruler of the Kremlin crew, as seen in Donkey Kong Country 3.
As seen in Skylanders Imaginators.
Different Chaos, my friend. Different Chaos. That's the Aang-looking motherfucker from the Skylander series. And it's not in all caps. It's just a capital K. This is Chaos in all caps.
I see. But it is also voiced by Richard Horvitz instead of...
I'll take your word for it. No, the extra rare fossil. I don't know that reference, but I will take your word for it. I will defer to you when it comes to animation that isn't The Lion King, because I apparently know more about The Lion King's voice actors than you do.
Yeah, Timon and Pumbaa are gay, though.
Yeah, you got me there.
Yeah.
I'll give you Timon and Pumbaa. I'll stick with James Earl Jones. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. All of his characters are dead, too. He's dead, and now all of his characters are dead.
Yeah, every time that Hyle's in the feast lair, he looks to the sky and sees Mufasa and thinks he's a bear.
I'm just saying, I would have enjoyed The Lion King more if Simba's father was nonsensically a bear. Just get a bear in there. The Jungle Book had a bear.
Brother Bear had a bear. But that one's not as good.
And they stole that term from the Rare Bears.
Yeah, you should love that movie. That they made that movie to pander to you, and
By the way, I forgot to mention a bear in our gallery, Tootie. Sorry, Tootie. Anyway,
yeah.
Robot.
Okay, she's stuck in Minecraft.
Listen, robot. The description for robot.
Robots, huh?
A chaotic robot that spoke and acted independently. Created by a maverick scientist. Using his wife's pots and pans. Oh my god. So much.
So is it vegan for a Carol to eat out his first pussy?
Yes, it is. But he wouldn't do it because he's a bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also I don't think you would want I don't think you would want K. Rool going down on you no matter how much you're into K. Rool.
I don't know. I think there are several people that would, but
it would be the last thing you would ever enjoy from that perspective.
Yeah, but what a way to go out though. The chat is immediately
oh god.
They are rejecting the premise that they would not want that.
Anyway, K. Rool will perform a bris in his own special way in Donkey Kong Bar Mitzvah.
I think he'd be a generous lover. Despite everything.
Skip says, I love this layer reminding me so much of Witchy World from 2H. Skip's just tiptoeing past all of this discourse. Anyway, so much to unpack here. This is, of course, a fossil of chaos. Not just another member of a familiar animal species or tribe, as we've seen up until this point. This is, without a doubt, a fossil representing chaos. Now, I grant you, it could be a predecessor of chaos. It could be like a prototype of chaos.
Yeah, this is his wife's pots and pans, but like not the first attempt.
It's not the good pots and pans with the stainless steel coating.
It's
It
like you know how you have to like when it's like going to Build-A-Bear Workshop and you're supposed to like put the heart into it. This is a chaos without a heart.
I think the direct reference to the Maverick scientist using his wife's pots and pans suggests that it is the same chaos from DKC3 and Land 3. Hasn't been seen since 1997's Donkey Kong Land 3. Of course, appeared there as the boss of Great Ape Lakes, as we all know. Even though it would make more sense for Chaos to be the boss of Tin Can Valley. What the hell, Donkey Kong Land 3? But anyway, this is like, if we were to take this to be the actual fossilized remnants of chaos, then I think that leads some credence to the underground world indeed being underneath the northern chromosphere, as the treasure maps would suggest. Now, how likely is it that Chaos, the robot shell that was left over, could have been fossilized within 27 years? Not very likely, but if Chaos somehow tumbled all the way down to Feast Layer, where there is an abundance of salt, given that Chaos has no organic matter, given the like sheer
I mean, he's also
corrosive.
been through a fryer, so
Well, yeah, given everything, all the elements in Feast Layer and the corrosive properties that come with them, I think, yeah, you can hand wave it away that Chaos was fossilized in under 3 decades. Sure, sure. I will say though that this is also, I think, a persuasive argument in favor of K. Rool's wife existing. Because, that's been one of the fan debates since DKC3 is, does K. Rool actually have a wife, or is he just doing a bit? Was Baron K. Roolenstein's reference to his wife actually meant to suggest she is real? Because K. Rool is not a reliable narrator. K. Rool is not a reliable word of God. So we have to have some further confirmation. And I never thought this plot thread would actually be picked up in any game in the future, just like I never expected Chaos to be referenced ever again. And so because this is written from kind of a word of God perspective, I would say, yes, K. Rool did have a wife. I don't know if she's still his wife. He could be like Henry VIII and just go through wives whenever they fall out of fashion.
yeah. I mean, the thing about wives is that uh, it happened in a past tense thing, so we don't know if like they're still together or whatever. Um,
Like K.
this could have
Rool's,
been the straw that broke the camel's back. He did say that his wife was going to kill him. I think she's real. I think she's real. I think she's real, and they broke up after this pots and pans fiasco because
yeah. I would say I was agnostic to this debate prior to this. This has tipped me to the pro K. Rool's wife is real side of the debate.
and he does eat out.
Well, I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I don't think. I think there's a good chance they're still. They're not together anymore. I think they have separated, or by all like legal applications, they are divorced because. What does K. Rool have left? There's no prestige there. There's no throne. There's nothing. And I think
Yeah, she only liked him for his money.
yeah, I mean, I think that prenup would have been pretty devastating. But I think after the whole Crocodile Isle fiasco, the end of DKC2, I don't think she stuck around beyond Donkey Kong 64. I really don't. But the fact that Donkey Kong Bonanza references K. Rool's wife.
Yeah, but they do it in like a way that it's like how you talk about like Yoko Ono, like uh, it's like Oh yeah, that was his wife. We don't talk about her.
All right, look, in Yoko Ono's defense, uh, yes, like she did not gel with the other Beatles. No, she was not responsible for breaking the Beatles up. John Lennon was responsible for breaking the Beatles up. John Lennon would have looked for any reason to break up the Beatles
And
eventually.
K. Rule would have looked for any reason to break up with her. Um,
Is Yoko Ono's musical stylings to my taste? Not entirely. I respect it from a distance, but I do not hate Yoko Ono. Now, did she keep John and Paul from reuniting in the mid 70s? Yes, she actually did play a part in that.
my favorite Yoko Ono song is it's called Fly.
Yeah.
Um, and there's an accompanying video that really gets her message across. It's a fly, and they're climbing up the leg, but it's a naked woman.
Hmm.
And I think it really said something about society, and this is saying a lot about K. Rool's wife.
It is. It is saying a lot about Kremlin society.
What I'm saying is that if K. Rool's wife were to do that, I think people would remember her more.
Yeah, I will say that I think that Yoko Ono gets too much hate, and I will say that K. Rool's wife does exist. Those are where I'm weighing down. There are okay Yoko Ono tracks on Double Fantasy and Milk and Honey. So
Yeah.
don't dismiss her entirely. And I would say K. Rool's wife is a very interesting character, and I love that for all of the debate, is King K. Rool going to show up in Donkey Kong Bonanza? I don't think anybody would have thought that like Chaos the Robot and K. Rool's wife would have been referenced in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like for me, I was like, you know what? If K. Rool doesn't show up, I'm good. Because K. Rool's wife got mentioned. What the hell? That's above and beyond right there.
Yeah, that's I think the fact that they're not afraid to mention things from DKC3 of all things, I don't think DKC3 has gotten referenced in years. Like it might as well not have existed aside from Dixie Kong being in it, according to Nintendo, until recently, which is it's bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's clear that this team in particular, like, really has love and affection for the rare era of Donkey Kong. Hence all of the original trilogy references, hence all of the Donkey Kong 64
And yet
references.
Kiddy Kong didn't get to appear in Racing Lair with the other Kongs, so that's
I,
a little.
I mean, they want to skirt the whole what age would Kiddy Kong be issue, and I think they're going to keep skirting it until they come with up with a workable solution for it. Because you have
Do you think they're
Tiny.
gonna give Kiddy Kong a flesh strip
Oh yeah, I
in his
mean,
eyes?
but I think with Kiddy Kong, he could grow into any shape you would want. I mean, you can mold Kiddy Kong like Play-Doh at this point, whereas
I mean,
Diddy
you
and
can mold
Dixie.
Diddy Kong like Play-Doh too. Like, they took his foreskin and put it on his face. So, um,
Yeah, I know, but there's only so much you can add to Diddy or Dixie. With Kiddy, he's kind of a blank
he's got
slate
a
at this point.
golfing foreskin.
All
Um,
right. But here's a little treat for the retro fans. I'm gonna posit this. Because yes, retro studios only got really two fossils based on their games, and one of them is a CRT TV. But why is that TV down here? Why are there 10 old TVs, old standard def TVs, just fossilized in Feast Layer? Well, my theory
because
has
the
always
plane
been.
crashed with all of them in it.
Yep, that's my theory. Because my theory has always been that Autumn Heights is actually off the coast of the Cremisphere. Uh, Autumn Heights from off of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. And, of course, Autumn Heights is south of Lost Mangroves, where you
Yeah, so
have.
like there were two planes, and the second plane did hit Automite.
Well, no. Stop with your off color 9/11 jokes. We're not that type of entertainment product. We are classy here, and we are respectful.
Okay.
All right. So Lost mangroves, all these plane crashes, all these shipwrecks. It's a Bermuda Triangle of the archipelago. And so surely one of those planes like spiraled closer towards the chromosphere when it was knocked out of midair by the properties of lost mangroves. And so some of those TVs did wind up in the underground world, hence the fossils, hence the northern chromosphere, hence bears running around on the surface even if we can't see them. Yep, there you go.
I think that's beautiful, Hyle.
Thank you. You know what else is beautiful in this world? The clothing you can buy from the style shop. So you collect these fossils, and you can get some of the weirdest shit for Donkey Kong and Pauline to wear.
I would wear this.
Yeah, so for Donkey Kong, his britches are whatever. You can get purple britches that reduce the shock damage from electrified iron or muck by 10%. And then there's the better shockproof britches, which protect you by 20%. And the shockproof britches have little patches for Feastlayer on them. The weirdest tie in the entire game, maybe not the weirdest, but the weirdest visual is the Yum Yum tie, which is just like a big, I guess it's a representation of the big banana burger in the center of Feastlayer, but it's hanging from Donkey Kong's neck.
Yeah, I would wear this to a business meeting, I think. I think this is probably my favorite looking tie in the game. It's it reminds me of like a novelty, like I don't know, like it's like for sure it's one of those like weird striped ties you could not bring anywhere. Like I don't know why they make them. You can't wear them. No one's gonna wear a tie if they're not gonna wear a business appropriate tie. Um,
I mean, but what is business appropriate in the underground world, really? Like you're
I mean
using
that's true.
you're
I mean
using yeah.
Fractones don't wear clothes at all. They're free creatures that um are unencumbered.
hmm
Um,
You're using surface level prejudices and conventions against the people of the underground world.
Skip says they wear helmets. They do wear helmets, but they're helmets made out of fractonium, so
Yeah,
it's like made part of their body.
yeah, yeah.
Um, so they're not like really wearing clothes. It's just fractonium shaped to look like clothes.
Which, from their perspective, might be clothes. I mean, some fractals take on the shape of t-shirts, so
In fact, some fractons take on the shape of flesh, but that's
the shape of flesh, but not the consistency of flesh. That is the important difference. Like, we could do a blind taste test. Here's a plate of flesh, and here's a plate of fractonium. You would be
but
able to
is it
tell.
vegan? Is it vegan to eat the fractonium but not the flesh?
I think so long as there's consent, so long as the fractone says, yes, please gobble up some of my fractonium. I want you to do this. I want it so bad, daddy.
So like if someone's like arm got ripped off, uh, but like you get the arm after the fact. Like it wasn't like it was like it already happened in the past. You know, they've had this frozen arm around for a week. Is it vegan to eat it?
If the person who's like that arm belonged to says, please eat my arm, then I think it would be appropriate. Now, would it be technically vegan? Probably not, but like I wouldn't eat somebody's arm even if they wanted me to. I just couldn't do it. But
Well,
I also hate
what if it
food. So
tasted really good
I
though?
also hate food though. So I'm not the right vegan to ask when it comes to all of this.
All right, I'll send some letters. I do have some letters to send.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you have been busy. I'm glad you are thinking ahead for these important questions. Anyway, the Yum Yum tie, it will recover your health based on any food you eat, not just fruit. So this is important because the food in Feastlayer does not recover Donkey Kong's health like the fruit does in Resort Layer or the apples do generally. So This Yum Yum tie actually makes the food of Feast Layer nutritious. Now the question is, if the lions were indeed done in by their bad diet, why didn't they utilize the Yum Yum tie? Well, maybe they didn't finish developing that technology until it was too late.
The Fractones have only probably recently been making these clothing, I think.
Right. I think like this would have saved the lives of the lions had they had access to Yum
Yeah,
Yum
they
technology.
started developing this to solve that problem.
It's like Jor-El in the Superman, where he has the technology to save their people, but it's too late. Or maybe the lions didn't listen to the developer of the Yum Yum tie, and they're like, "We're gonna live forever. What are you talking about?" And they all died, and by that time, it was too late to repopulate their species.
I don't watch media. I don't know what Superman is.
Oh, okay. Well, they make Superman cartoons. You should know that much.
Oh, do they have like was Jonathan Taylor Thomas in that?
No, but they
Otherwise, I
probably
would
made a
not.
Superman joke in Family Guy. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, they have several actually.
yeah. And then you've got Pauline's outfits, and this really ties into the Americana aspect I was referring to, kind of like the 50s fast food diner aesthetic, because she's got Letterman jackets she can wear, along with jorts. You can put Pauline in jorts, and there's also funny hats she can put in her hair that have like burgers sticking up. So yeah, there's the Prime Feast apparel, which is a red Letterman jacket with a P on it. There is the Neon Feast apparel, which takes the uh, cyan and magenta color scheme of Bananza and Donkey Kong Arcade before that, and puts that into a jacket form. And then there's also a pink Pastel Feast apparel jacket. And these are very useful towards the late in-game activities because while you are in a Bonanza, your health will gradually recover, which is very, very useful.
Yeah, I didn't get hit.
Oh yeah, I
I was
forgot. I forgot it's a competition for you. So yeah,
yeah,
oh
no,
yeah,
I was a pro gamer.
I never I never lost once. I never got hit by anything, and I beat the whole game in 3 minutes with my eyes shut. I just farted on my controls, and it just worked out because I'm so fucking talented.
Yeah, you've seen the Idaho Cruise streams. We're like really good on those.
I did put Pauline in the Neon Feast apparel for the rest of the main story. She was wearing that through the end, and I really liked it. I really liked the way she looked in that.
It's styling.
I almost wish Nintendo partnered with Fangamer because Fangamer made the rare Letterman style jacket hoodie, and I really wish.
D I do have a question though about one of these though.
Yes,
Uh, do we have a translation of the text that's
I
on the?
I am planning eventually to go through and translate every aspect of Banana. I have not done it yet, but I will eventually go through. I just know, unfortunately, everything in the ice layer or the freezer layer says ice on it, which doesn't really play well in 2025.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but I mean, I did have Pauline wear that the whole game.
It's another reason a zebra bonanza is the worst bonanza. Sorry. Anyway, there's
Oh, don't
also
blame the zebras for ice.
well, I'm
They
just
can't help
saying
it.
they should have thought ahead and said maybe we should have it say snow or cream or something. I don't know. Anyway,
Don't put cream on a hat. I don't know.
the, well, speaking of liquids to squirt over your body, there are also two fur dyes in here: the Midnight Gradient Fur and the Guava Split Fur. Which I did not use any of the fur dyes.
That's wrong. You played the game wrong.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. I just love and cherish Donkey Kong as he naturally is. He doesn't need to change for me.
Donkey Kong likes to be styled.
All right. Well,
He's been
maybe for
styling since Smash Brothers. He's been styling since DK 64 also.
I mean, in Smash Brothers, I
Multiplayer.
never use the alternate colors because it feels wrong.
See, this is a thing I run into with the Idaho crew too, because uh I think half of the Idaho crew has this specific uh no alternate costumes brainworm, and I don't agree with it. I want my characters to be as weird as possible.
Look, if Donkey Kong was naturally green, then I don't think I would like him nearly as much because I mean, what is that? What is that? That's like
Well, he's
those.
not naturally green. He's styling.
Yeah, but okay,
Like
but
people who dye their hair aren't naturally,
I always had a philosophical problem with those like plush toys you give the children of gorillas or monkeys, and it's like purple, and I'm like, what, monkeys and gorillas are just amazing unto themselves. Why do you need to like make it all fancier for the child? Oh, we realize you might not be into a monkey. But if we made it a purple monkey, then maybe that will be enough for you. It's like, no, I will just take a monkey. Thank you. Kindly.
Yeah. No, I think if you're making a fantasy creature, um, like if you're making a stuffed animal that isn't real, you can make it whatever color you want.
But that's why I like Donkey Kong the series because they're by and large not fantasy creatures. They are gorillas, they are monkeys, they're orangutans, they're bears.
Yeah, but they're snakes with big, bulky, sexy arms. Like,
Well, that's a Bananza transformation. That is fantasy, yes, granted, but the baseline, the starting point is just a slightly exaggerated cartoony representation of an animal from our own environment.
Lanky's a ginger.
Yeah, he is. Anyway,
Yeah.
before we move on to Sublayer 1401, I wanted to quickly just read the Saga of the Exploratones and the Pauline Getaway commentaries, or at least the ones that I thought worthy of mentioning on this episode. So, Saga of the Exploratone, verse 26. This will provide a little bit more insight into the lions. Just now, an appetizing aroma stopped us in our tracks. A gallant looking creature with a bushy tuft of hair, almost mane-like, called out to us. His sharp claws and fangs were off-putting at first, but he offered us a hearty, if not hairy, welcome. We must know what this hamburger he speaks of is about. So the Exploratone got there when there were still lions. Maybe the Exploratone brought a virus with them and, like, spread it amongst the lions and inadvertently wiped them out.
The question I'm having here is that were there multiple lions? Because they're describing this as like a single lion came up to them. Um, and we know in like the modern in the modern version of this lair, there's only the fake lions. So is this just like one lion that was like stuck alone?
You're just saying this lion tumbled into the underground world, decided, you
Yeah,
know what? I'm going to start a whole fast food factory, and did it all by himself through just the sweat of his brow and a can do attitude.
because I mean the Fractones are the ones that work here, right?
Well,
So
now
like
they work
if the
here, but
lions,
again, like, I don't think the implication was that there's a single giraffe in Canyon Layer before the giraffes died.
yeah. So my big question is like if there's only if there is only the one lion,
Uh-huh.
uh, how did he get his whole factory set up? First off, how does he know what a burger is? Second of all, um, uh, like they had to have built this whole infrastructure. Um, there needs to be more creatures than a lion, a single lion.
It's also possible that the infrastructure came about slowly. Like in the early days, there wasn't an entire factory theme park infrastructure. It was just a small kitchen, maybe a food truck, and it grew out from there.
Like this was this lair just like scientifically created to make a burger?
I mean, it just might have been the right conditions because of all the salt. And it's like, what are we going to use with all this salt? I
I
wow.
mean, I think the right conditions are typically a dead cow, but like um
Well, yeah, but if you can make burgers out of banandium, out of ground up banandium, then I think, yeah, this would be the layer to do it because of all the salt content and it's a destination and it doesn't there's really not much else you can do in this environment.
also where are they sourcing their potatoes from?
Well, we'll talk about it when we get to Cat Scratch Kitchen, okay? Because
Uh-huh.
uh down in Cat Scratch Kitchen, there is the Saga of the Exploratone verse 27, and it says, our first hamburger was a tour de force of taste. Wow, the Exploratone also knows French. Um,
Yeah, they know what Hamburg is. They know French. They know what burgers are.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess French fries, they would have to learn French then.
Well, no, French fries aren't actually French. So the thing about it, right?
I know, I know, I know. And Frankfurters aren't really German, right? Right?
Yeah, we call them freedom fries. Freedom's right.
Speaking of tours, we received one of the factory. Oh, so the factory was in existence when the Exploratone arrived. There you go. You just have to wait for the second Exploratone lore dump.
I
Uh,
see, but that just raises several other
okay,
questions.
okay, which was also a delight. We had not expected a trip through the Cat Scratch Kitchen to be so enjoyable. We will have to return with a friend to share the experience with them. So I don't think the Exploratone ever returned. I was gonna say maybe the friend is the one who carried the virus, Small Rocks or something that wiped out the lions, but I doubt the Exploratone made it back.
So you think the Fractones are like the invasive species that like brought them a disease?
I don't think it would have been intentional. I don't think there was any purposeful genociding going on. I think just, the Fractones don't know what they carry and what might be lethal to these other animal tribes that live around the underground world.
That's sad.
It is sad. It's a tragedy.
They wanted love and they wanted burgers. And here they are, spreading death and misery.
It's a cautionary tale. Yes, it's you have to mask up before you explore a tone. Okay, so
Yeah, there's a pandemic going, so
yeah, yeah.
um,
Interesting Pauline getaway commentary. So I like, and this is again after they're reunited after the events of Groove Layer. So there's one where Pauline says, I'm gonna. So she wakes Donkey Kong up, right? Like that's the context for all of these. She just wakes Donkey Kong up out of a dead sleep. And
it's like the bit in Lion King 1.5 where Simba keeps waking up to Timon and saying he has to pee.
kind of like that, even though that would be at least acceptable. Like I have to do this biological function. This is just Pauline really just being obnoxious. And I do like the character of Pauline, but it's like Pauline, boundaries. Boundaries. So she wakes Donkey Kong up and she says, I'm gonna borrow your necktie, okay? I want to try this bad boy on. Just have to tie it like you do. So, oh, is it like this? Oops, that's not it. Loop, then tuck, then. Ugh, this is so hard. I don't get it, DK. How do you tie this thing with those huge hands of yours? Fine, I give up. For now. Good night. So yeah, hey DK, I'm gonna wake up and strip you and then cosplay as you.
Uh, no, that's fine. I would do that.
I do sympathize though, because one, like, if you don't tie a necktie all that often, having to then suddenly do it is a pain in the ass. And yeah, you have to like
Yeah,
look.
and having to tie like one of those novelty ones where it's like burgers, that's
Yeah, yeah. If it's made of a giant towering burger, then it takes forever, which is especially bad if you're like you have to be at the funeral home by like an hour from now and you're still struggling in the bathroom mirror with a YouTube video pulled up, trying your best to figure it
and you're
out.
wearing the yum yum tie to the
Yeah,
funeral.
yeah. I show up, in honor of the founder who passed away thanks to small rocks.
I see.
Yeah. So this one seems filthy for you to read.
Oh, I see. Pauline says, Grandma says a good singer always keeps her vocal cords well oiled. I wonder if that means I'd sing better if I ate a bunch of the fries here. Guess I'd better find out.
Well, spot on. You transported me to the getaway with Pauline just now.
Yeah, so there's a big grandma debate,
I don't know if we can get into
going
the
on.
grandma debate yet, while adhering to any potential spoilers. So I will say though that grandma sounds filthy.
Yeah, she's she's quite the lady.
Mm,
Um,
in my show notes, I wrote, "Yeah, I bet your grandma likes to keep things well oiled."
um, the thing is, I don't think Colleen is. I think she should be worrying more about her technique right now.
Mm.
Um, I, I don't think she needs to worry about keeping things well oiled.
Well, also, just sidestepping all of that, I think that it would be rather detrimental to your vocal abilities if you were to down a whole bunch of scalding oil. I don't think it would work.
I think eating anything and then trying to sing immediately afterwards is just gonna be miserable.
Yeah,
Because like
or
I mean, your throat gets dry and like you just your stomach's full, so you can't
you could be like me and just be absolutely miserable at singing no matter how lubricated your throat is.
Well, no, my singing, it's beautiful,
Mm.
but I won't perform it here.
No, because you only know the rights. You only know the songs that have very expensive legal rights,
Yeah, like I
and
don't know the rules to golf, and I don't know.
and Yoko Ono's greatest hits.
Oh, Fly, yeah,
Yeah.
Yoko Ono's Fly.
All right. So the next piece of getaway commentary, Pauline says, "Huh? What? Huh?" And Donkey Kong's like, "Hmm." And Pauline says, "Oh, phew! It was just a dream. I thought I was late for school. Turns out I'm right on time to get a little more sleep. Good night." It's like, thanks, Pauline. Yeah, we've all had that dream of where we need to be somewhere and we're late. And, you know, even well into your adult years, you'll still have dreams where you're
In
due at
school,
school
yeah.
or you haven't been at school all semester.
That's a real sign. The thing is, that's a real sign that our country's fucked because, uh, like your citizens have this endless trauma resulting from their childhood worries at school. Do you think the
Yes.
cavemen like worried about school?
No. Although most cavemen were probably
No,
dead by the age of 20, but you know.
I mean, yeah, but they still had dreams before the age of 20.
So
They're
you're
not
saying,
dreaming of school.
I mean, maybe it's just a trade off, right? You don't have those horrible school dreams that plague you throughout your entire adult life.
Yeah, no, I get the
But you,
teeth one. I don't like the teeth one.
oh, is this why you're hung up on a jar full of baby teeth?
Yeah, no, that was like exactly my thought. I was like, man, I've had the nightmare where all my teeth fall out.
Do you ever have the dream where you eat a pillow?
Uh, No. Um,
Oh, okay, because
Pauline
that
is a real freak for this.
yeah, this is a segue into the last one I have listed here, where Pauline says, "It's so, so, so soft." And Donkey Kong's like, "What the hell are you on about now?" And Pauline says,
And then you click the ZZZ button and don't continue.
which is better than clicking the ZZ Top button because then Legs starts playing.
Oh, I see.
Pauline says, "Check it out. I got a bun pillow. I mean, a pillow made out of a bun. I tore it off of the burger." By the way, this is the getaway that's built on top of the giant burger, in case you were wondering. She says, "It's so fluffy and it smells a little like bananas. Hey now, no eating it. It's my pillow, not your midnight snack." And I'm like, yeah, but this probably has some sort of like coating on it and it's going to leave a residue on your face and you are going to break out in a couple of days.
Yeah. Well, no, it's made of bananas.
Banana paste, yes.
Yeah. So, uh, I mean, I think bananas would probably be good for your skin, wouldn't they?
You know what? We need to test this out. We need to have a whole like subgenre of DK Vine beauty tips where we just smear bananas on our face and
So banana oil has benefits for the skin because they help to hydrate and moisturize. So it could be used as a moisturizer for dry, flaky, or sensitive skin. And
is this
also, it contains antioxidants such as vitamin E and vitamin C.
is this
So,
is this just Google AI again?
um, well, it's an overview, but I mean,
Okay,
it's like pulling
okay,
from
okay. Well,
places.
you've just drained an entire lake for that. So was it worth it?
Well, no, like Google did that. I didn't do that.
No, but you've encouraged them. Now they're like, yeah, all right. People really want to use our AI overuse. It's time to devastate more of the
All
ecosystem.
right, I'm switching to Bing.
There's no escaping it. We're doomed.
Yeah, our world is
Oh,
fucked.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
They don't have this problem in the underground world, at least. There is an escape. There is a way out. It's down. So,
yeah, they just have a fossil fuel problem.
so you construct the Banana Burger Tower, and you've got to scale it. And there's a fun Void Kong cutscene after you construct it. Void Kong shows up in his little flying chair, and he's looking down at the burger, and he says, "It can't be. All of those fools failed me," and the fools he's referring to are Grumpy, Poppy, and the great Harmonial, weirdly enough. And I'm like, well, you brainwashed that guy, so like it's not really fair to include him in your
Yeah, it's a little fucked, honestly.
yeah. And I notice you don't include Blusterwing in there, who you also
You
brainwashed.
don't include Bluster Kong. You also brainwashed.
Anyway, he says, all fired, 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 every last one. And like they all quit or were de-brainwashed,
Well,
deprogrammed.
the thing about it is that if you're now they have they can get
Severance.
compensation in
Yeah,
unemployment because he fired them instead of
right. Void Kong is a terrible CEO. He just,
this was a bad choice he made.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Anyway, Void Kong recovers from his little shit fit and says, "Who cares? The plan hasn't changed. I'll reach the core first, and the Bananium root will be mine. Once I put the final piece in place at the core, the stage will be set." And the piece he's referring to is the pay dirt pile driver, the big floating rock that he's been using to tunnel through the underground world. Anyway,
yeah,
I like.
he's a real freak for that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some sort of phallic imagery just tunneling down into the earth, penetrating it. I'm sure it's all very Freudian with this guy, very surface level, or in this case, underground world level. But you climb the Burger Tower, and I like that it gives you how high you've climbed at certain intervals. Like you get to the 80-meter mark, and a Fractone greets you and says, "That's as tall as two Kong elders stacked on top of each other. Patty up and party on." Okay. It's very Wayne's World. It's so much of this game is rooted in 90s like slang, which I appreciate given how rooted in the 90s Donkey Kong Country is. But yeah, that's I guess confirmation that the Kong Elder is 40 meters tall.
Yeah.
Which, I'm
Well,
glad
I
we're
mean, the Kong Elder would have to be big enough to eat this big burger.
I mean, I could you eat a
Otherwise, who
burger?
else is this for?
Could you eat a burger that was twice your size? I don't think you could. I think that would kill you.
The thing is, right? This is all philosophical because over time I could eat that burger, but
Oh, sure, but again, like how fast can you eat it while the burger is still good?
I've seen some people like, well, I don't know, it's made of bananas. It's got preservatives or whatever, I guess.
It's Banandium though, so yeah, these are all
I mean,
questions.
it's
I
made
don't
of
know.
rocks then.
Yeah, I mean, okay, all
So
right.
that tomato and lettuce, those are like normal, right? Are
I
those made of
assume
bananas too?
there's no bananas in them. I mean, the Banandium might have influenced their growth, hence their giant stature. But I think you could just have giant lettuce heads and giant tomatoes grow, just like in uh, Resort Layer, you have the giant pears and giant oranges and what have you.
Yeah. So does that mean that the bacon's also real?
I don't know, but considering that the meat patties aren't cow, I wouldn't be surprised if they were made of something else. Just because, I don't know, like, we don't see any pigs, we don't see any oinks down here in the underground world, sans for the
Well, that's because
fossils.
they're all
Yeah,
fossilized.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're all dead.
Uh,
Um,
Traveler of the Star says, "I'm pushing my vegan propaganda onto us." Okay, fine. It's a real pig. The pig is dead. So many pigs died for this burger. Are you happy?
thank God, thank you, Hyle, thank you. That's all I've been wanting.
Jesus. Oh, look at me. I'm Hitler.
Now people are gonna take that out of context.
Oh, no. Everybody stopped listening like 2 hours ago. We're in the clear.
That's true.
All right. So you reach the 120-meter mark, and they say the zebra's cooling tower is about this tall, too. Higher heights, bigger bites. I don't think that's true. Because the more you scale this and the more you eat it, the less likely you are to be hungry. Like, the further along I get in a meal, the smaller bites I take, unless I really just have to power through and finish the unpleasant task of eating.
Yeah. I think if I have to climb my food to get to the good part, um, I would not want that experience.
No, I would not want my little feetsies getting anywhere near my food. And, like, it's fine. I keep them clean.
I
But,
mean, like people. I mean, when you're making like wine, you get in like the barrel and
they
you
don't
stomp it
actually,
with your big
they
stompers.
don't actually do that anymore. That's not part of wine production.
Well, I mean, you know, on some websites it is.
Okay. Again, I don't know what filth you get up to in your own time, and I'm all for it in your own time. Like, you're on the conversation right now, though, so please keep your little foot fetish, grape squishing, Lanky Kong themed kinks off the air.
Kong Bonanza's got pretty big feet.
It's also got a big ass. You can just
That's true.
sit on the grapes.
Yeah, betwixt his cheeks.
But
Anyway,
yeah.
Hyle, we're really getting off topic. We got to get back to this. The thing that's next on the list is your smashing stats,
No, no,
which
no,
I've
no,
already
no.
given you shit
I'm
for.
I'm not done. I'm getting to the smashy stats, but the burger itself is 200 meters tall. That's how big this giant banana burger with the bacon and the lettuce and the tomato and the cheese and the bread. That's how tall it is. 200 meters. So Yeah, a great.
Does that match statistically with your smashing stats? Like if you were to drill toward the bottom, would it say that you've smashed exactly 200 meters of terrain?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about the smashing stats is that the burger is terrain, and so it resets whenever you turn off the game or you choose voluntarily to reset the terrain on the menu. So,
That's true, but if you hadn't maxed out your stats already, you could probably math it out and find out if
no,
it's accurate.
I mean, maybe. I actually not for all of this. You couldn't max it out with the bacon. The bacon was cumbersome to max out. So yeah, I got a bit obsessive with this. This is the point in the game where Smash and Stats became almost a religion for me. And I was adamant that I had to max out all of the food, save for the ketchup, in this layer. And so that means I had to max out just the regular cheese, like the hard cheese that's just around en route to the greater go round. I mac I maxed out the grated cheese seen on the greater go round, which is really just easy. You keep zebra bonanzaing up and you just keep running across it. You could also use the elephant bonanza just to suck it up, but it's just more satisfying to just run across it as a zebra. And again, use your feet like in your wine fetish videos to
Yeah.
to max out the grated cheese. The melty cheese, which appears on the burger and on top of some of the big fries. Interestingly enough, yeah, that one. I just used the elephant bonanza to suck up the big burger. Generally speaking, potato is very easy to max out. There's plenty to go around up by the ferocious fry house. There
And you don't
is
feel bad eating it because that's not made of an animal.
no, unless there is an anthropomorphic potato like Mr. Potato Head, and he actually existed, or Mrs. Potato Head, and you were like, oh, come here, Mr. Potato Head, and then you sucked him up in your elephant trunk.
It's well, it's okay. He doesn't have feelings, so
Yeah. Yeah, do the toys in Toy Story have feelings? Can they feel pain?
they're also made of plastic. Like what? You know,
I don't know, you're the
kids put
animation guy
kids
here.
put shit. Kids put shit in their mouths all the time. Like they're always eating toys and stuff. Like
So
so, if they ate one of the toys from Toy Story, I think it's still vegan. I don't care if they have a soul.
so when Andy from Toy Story puts Woody in his mouth, does Woody scream?
Um, no, but only because he has to keep up the charade. The you know.
Does he scream internally? Is there this internal monologue of pain?
Um,
Are you asking Google AI?
not yet.
Oh God! All right, stop using AI. Turn it
No, I'm not.
off.
Google doesn't let you turn anything off.
Well then, okay.
They're
All
the
right. All
worst.
right. I've been up on my high horse for so long on this episode, and I can tell you want to eat the horse because you are just coming at me with your meat agenda, and I'm like, but they're banana patties, and you're like, but what about the bacon? Well, I crushed all the bacon. I destroyed it in my smash and stats. And
Oh, so you wasted food?
that took some time. No,
Do
I
you know
just
how many, you know how many children could eat off that bacon?
there were starving giraffes in the canyon
They're
layer.
starving giraffes. Yeah, starving giraffes in the canyon lair, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just left that bacon to rot. That could have fed so many.
They're starving back in China, so finish what you got. John Lennon, Milk and Honey, his posthumous album with Yoko Ono. There you go. Brought it full circle.
Yeah,
The bacon took, I think, 5 or 6 trips up and down the burger and then resetting the terrain to max out the bacon. And it was tough because you had to, like, be very precise with it. And also the bacon's around the perimeter, so you can fall right through the burger if you take out too much. So the elephant bonanza wasn't the correct bonanza form to use. I just used Donkey Kong and I grabbed a hard chunk of something and I used it to swipe the bacon strips up and down.
that's such a waste.
Okay. The lettuce was very fun. The lettuce was very fun to destroy because I liked using the elephant bonanza to suck up the lettuce and then coughing up the big wet lettuce balls. And I made a post about this
I
on Blue Sky because I was like, it's so wild to me that this Donkey Kong game that has won me over, it's won over my heart, it's won over my soul, and it does all these weird things that I would have never found appropriate for a Donkey Kong game back in the day, like Donkey Kong coughing up big wet balls of lettuce.
That's what the Donkey Kong series is about,
It is
though.
now,
Like,
and I'm all for it.
have you not been have you not been paying attention? Like that's been the MO for years, is coughing up big lettuce balls.
Just off screen, he's just been hawking up those lettuce balls. Uh, tomato, tomato, oh god, gives me diarrhea. And meat and bread. I maxed out all of that. I'm proud of myself. I was very, very proud of my smashing stats.
Out of those things, bread is the only thing that should realistically be made out of bananas.
You know what? Eventually, we will figure out in the real world how to make banana meat patties into uh, a delicious, sustainable alternative to cows.
Banana meat patty
You're just gonna find
recipe.
some weird images if you search for that, my friend.
Uh, banana. Oh, uh, no, this is real, Hyle. You can make a banana burger. So you have to make one for. They're made with green and ripe bananas, mushrooms, and rice, topped with a banana vinaigrette coleslaw. And they're served without buns.
Oh, well, it still sounds okay.
Yeah. Well, you gotta try one live on,
Yeah. Well, that later, because we have to get through Cat Scratch Kitchen first. So, Sublayer 1401 of Feast Layer, it's smaller than 1400, but I mean, it's the undercarriage of the world. It's the dangly bits. It's where they have the kitchen, and it's where they have like the waste oil. This is the stinky part. This is the part you were afraid of. This is the part that has the aroma of grease, and it smells like a septic tank erupted.
Smells like a kitchen. Yeah, yeah, erected.
Yeah. It smells like a big leaky rectum. And there's also the loading bay down here. Now, Cat Scratch Kitchen, which just makes me think of the fucking Ted Nugent song. Speaking of leaky rectums, you know that story, right?
No, but feel free to tell it too.
Oh, according to Ted Nugent, famed 1970s rocker, he got out of the draft by shitting himself for like a month straight without wiping, and then he showed up to the draft board, and they sent him home.
Ted Nugent.
Don't look that up. Don't look that up. God, I'm gonna smack the computer out of your hand.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand all the weird things you're talking about.
Ted Nugent would not agree with a lot of my philosophy on this episode. Let's just say.
Oh, I see.
So I like all the little details there because we see some of the ingredients. We see some of their kitchenwares that aren't just locally sourced. Now, we were debating about like the giant potatoes and tomatoes, but we have bags down here that have potatoes and tomatoes on them. So it would suggest that they don't locally grow those things in Feast Layer.
Yeah. Um, I guess this was a question I posited earlier, but I mean, they don't have. I mean, they don't have a means of production, right? So they have to have some sort of like pipeline that's like getting all this stuff to them. Are they just like dropping it down
Down
from
sinkholes.
higher layers?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would imagine. So now, if the I mean, fries are reconstituted, so they can, with enough of this potato bags, they can, you know, make it whatever shape they want. But the tomato is interesting because I'm like, Well, we see giant tomato slices, so how does that square away with these bags? So are they rebuilding the tomato with like tomato paste and making it in the shape of enormous tomatoes? That's a bit weird. That's a bit sus. Like I don't know how I feel about that. I'm already anti-tomato in principle, and now we're just doing weird things against the will of God with our tomatoes in Feast Layer. I don't know.
I don't think this is a very economically viable operation they have going on here. Um,
Yeah, the amount of waste, the amount of just like sheer like illogical business philosophy. Like I
I mean,
don't
they have to hire all these workers. They have to do transportation.
yeah.
They have to do, they have infrastructure. They have all this waste. And
It's almost like building an enormous 200-meter burger in the middle of your theme park and then using that as the source for all the burgers you sell is not a very sound strategy.
well, Hyle, have you ever seen like the world's largest ball of yarn?
Sadly, I have not, so therefore I have not really lived yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what this is, but like in burger form.
On my to-do list, I've got go to Donkey
The
Kong
thing is,
Country.
if they had a giant burger like this in real life, I would probably want to see it.
On my to-do list, I've got go to Donkey Kong Country at Super Nintendo World. That's number 1. And then right below that at number 2 is see the world's biggest ball of yarn.
Huh.
And I mean it's very close. It's very close. But I'm gonna have to wait on that one because I don't have all the resources like you do to jet set around the world, sipping my martinis and having sex on the planes.
Uh, we're not having sex on the plane yet, but maybe.
And this is how it crashes. So you are the architect of your own demise.
Um, I'd be fine with that. If I were to go out having sex, that's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I want to go out by being mauled by a bear, but not that kind of bear.
Not not a lion. I mean, yeah, relatable. Um, thing the thing is though, they're actually lions. You can tell from the mane.
I
So,
don't want to be mauled by a lion. That's pro Disney propaganda, and I'm a Donkey Kong Country kid. The War of 1994 will not win itself. I'm glad
um,
the lions are dead. Anyway, the most interesting thing for me in Cat Scratch Kitchen was their oil. We see where they source their oil. All this frying, bubbling oil that we've seen throughout Sublayer 1400, we see the jars, the big bottles that it comes in, and it's sunflower oil. But more than that, you look closely, okay? Enhance. What is that? The sunflower has a face.
and giant boobs.
It might have giant boobs. The giant boobs might have been cut off, but yes, this has a face. This is a sunflower with a face, like the sunflowers from Conquer. Yes, yes. The box art to Conquer's Pocket Tales and the starting area of Conquer's Bad Fur Day, and of course the giant voluptuous sunflower seen later in Bad Fur Day. So
Yeah,
is
I like the idea that these sunflowers are milking, being milked.
Oh, okay. So I was just thinking they were using the sunflowers from Willowwood / the Panther Kingdom to
Well,
make this oil.
in this image, okay, so in this image, you see the sunflower. There's like nothing on the stem, but that's because it's post milking. So like they're growing the milk.
Well, this it looks like the sunflower also has a frowny face on this
Well, yeah,
label.
because they just lost their big naturals to oil.
Well, anyway, of course, this isn't meant as a reference to Conquer, but in my brain, I'm like, wait a second, are they actually getting sunflowers? Are they somehow getting them from the surface? Are they somehow winding up? Like maybe they get sunflower oil in the northern hemisphere, imported from over in Willow Woods, and then it just falls through down into the underground world like so much from the Northern Hemisphere. And this is where they are sourcing, and then they like rebrand it down here because it's got the, it's got the little language on here for the underground world. But it's possible. It's possible. Or maybe it's just a reference. They know of the anthropomorphic sunflowers in Willow Woods, while these sunflowers are actually sourced from the underground world, and it doesn't have to go through all of that rigorous transportation to get there.
I like the idea that they just dropped the sunflower with a face like 1,400 feet or 1,400 layers, and that's why it's so sad.
Oh, and they're keeping it chained up, and they're just constantly milking it. That's
Yeah,
your God.
yeah.
You have such a bleak understanding of what goes into fast food production here. Is this really
No,
what
I mean,
happened at
I've
Jack
been
in the
beaten
Box?
down by the weight of the world. Yes, this is exactly what it's like at Jack in the Box.
What were you
Um,
milking back there in that kitchen? Oh, Jack in the Box. Is that where they got the name?
no, but I'm not allowed to talk about it.
Oh, NDAs, right, right. Sorry. Apologies. Don't want to get you in any more trouble. So anyway, Cat Scratch Kitchen, Muck is out of control down there. We get a new acidic variety of muckoids. Rather than just spitting the muck that hurts you, it actually burns through the ground, which makes for fun mechanics where you have to actually utilize its spittle to get down to where you need to be. Um, Cuts right through the metal, which I really appreciated this and how it changed up the dynamics of the muckoids so late in the world.
Yeah, they're gross. I don't like the concept of this, the way that these are just like they look like the way they're rendered looks like a spore or like a fungus. It's like disgusting. It's like all over the walls and like growing.
I mean, I think you're supposed to be a little bit disgusted by the muckoids, which is why you want to immediately salt them. I like when you salt them how they just deflate and then pop like a pimple.
Uh, yeah.
Or like they pop like you pop a balloon and then I don't know. There's a little bit of contrast because if it pops, then it should have a lot more pressure in it. If it's already deflated, then it shouldn't pop. But whatever, we'll allow it.
This is Hyle's advice. If it pops,
Hey, speaking of pops, as in a father figure, guess who else is down here? It's Cranky. That's right. Cranky is down here. Do you want to read his very ambiguous dialogue, probably referencing VoidCo?
he says, well, what a rotten crook. Can't stand his wicked laugh. It's so annoying. Makes me hopping mad. And then he says, uh, you're supposed to respect your elders, not cackle at them.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That was
my
a
cranky Kong.
that was an okay Cranky. It sounded like an old prospector, not the monkeys, but just like
He's
an
like, yeehaw, I'm cranky Kong.
yeah. We got a request for this in the
Oh
chat, I
yeah,
think, so I have to do it.
that is this Diddy Kong
It
pilot
is
voice, I
Diddy
think.
Kong Pilot, which I mean the 2003 build, I believe. Yeah, but yeah. Hold on. I've got to do my Cranky. What a rotten crook! I can't stand his wicked laugh. It's so annoying, makes me hopping mad. There you go.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. So, waste oil container. This is the stinkiest part. This is where they take all of the used oil. Have you've worked fast food, so you've smelled when a grease trap, or like the
You
grease
ever had to clean
disposal.
one of those? Those are like disgusting.
I've never had to clean one, but
So
I've worked next to a restaurant, and when it like overflows or when they're emptying it and the aroma, the pure putrid stink, it's one of the worst smells I have ever encountered in my life.
yeah, no, they're not fun to clean. They're like disgusting. Like you gotta like scrape that shit off.
Anyway,
But
so
anyway, yeah.
yeah, you've got to get through the waste oil container. A Fractone says like they know where the muck is originated from. It's the loading bay, but they're too cowardly to check it out themselves, which I appreciate the honesty. I'm too scared. It's like whenever there's a cockroach crawling through our bedroom, and I tell my wife, I don't want to get near that thing. You get it.
See, this is after all my big talk earlier, I will say I am the kind of person that will not kill a spider. I gotta catch it in a cup and I gotta let it outside.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You if
so
you eat the cockroach, that doesn't count as being a vegetarian. You can't eat those juicy bugs.
well, do they feel though?
Doesn't matter. It's still against the principle. That's another thing. People come up to me and they're like, "Oh yes, you want us to eat bugs?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not. That's not part of my
Well, the thing
advocacy."
is, how many bugs do you accidentally eat
We're not looking this up.
in
We already know the
your
answer. So many
sleep?
spiders go into your mouth every night. We've already established this on the conversation in the past. We're done with the spider arc.
It's largely a myth, according to Brainly.com.
No, 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 no. This is more Google AI nonsense. It's not a
No, no,
myth.
no, no, no. This is a Brainly.com says it's largely a myth
Don't listen to
that
his
you eat.
propaganda. You have a mouthful of spiders every night. It's a free for all. It's a uh Golden Corral buffet of spiders in your mouth every single night of your entire life. Hey DK, are you awake? I've got so many spiders in my mouth. They're just spilling out.
Yeah, she does famously say that.
God, this episode has some weird energy. What the hell is this? Where are we coming at this from? Like I thought, oh, Feast
We're at
Slayer,
the
this is
we're at the we're at the waste oil container.
God, this is the whole waste oil container of all of these Bonanza episodes. That's for sure. You succeeded where others have failed. You really brought us down into the muck.
No, the muckety muck, as we say. I feel like I've had some pretty good questions. Um,
Just a banana in my pocket says Hitler eats 500 spiders every night. I feel like we need to get that on a shirt, but I'm pretty sure T Public would not
they
allow
would
us
not
to
like
have
that.
that on a
No,
shirt.
they would be like, that is not a shirt. We cannot publish that shirt. Um,
That's definitely AI. That's something Google AI would spit back at you. Anyway.
um, he's probably not eating many spiders now because he's dead.
No, the spiders ate
Um,
him, actually.
yeah, that's true.
They say he killed himself, but he actually escaped to Argentina only to have a giant spider bite his head off.
He had the famous suicide spider bite him. Um,
Oh, anyway, let's get to the loading bay, the end of this world, mercifully. So, the loading bay, this is important because the game makes you actually look at one of these posters that Void has put up. So, a Fractone stops you and says, "That rude guest," referring to Void Kong, "put these up all over. What do you think it means?" And we actually get a dramatic pan in for the poster. It's the Surrender the Root poster with the golden dome of what's purported to be the Banandium roots and these three Fractones looking at it. And I think it's Donkey Kong in parentheses says, or thinks, hmm. And Pauline says, "That gold dome, is that the Banandium root?" So the game makes you focus on this poster.
so I want to say during my theory at the time was that this was a big egg that was going to hatch.
Yeah, it's a big banana bird egg that you need to break open the next queen banana bird from. You need to hatch it so they
Like I
have
thought I
some.
thought it was going to crack open and that was like what was going to happen
Yeah,
and
and then you have to milk the new queen banana bird.
yeah, yes. That's how you get the banana milk for the cheese.
It's actually just a big end credits montage set to.
See, that's the thing, right? You're like, "Oh, I would prefer if it's not like real cheese." But it's still gross even if it's not.
Well, I mean, yeah, generally, like, what are you what are you saying? Like, I'm not eating cheese from a nipple.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, the end credits to Bananza, spoilers, it's just Donkey Kong and Pauline milking the new Queen Banana Bird, set to pour some sugar on me, and they're just like getting drenched in it. No,
Kyle,
I'm
that's
lying.
weird. That's a
That's not
weird thing you just
that's
invented.
not actually the game's ending. The boss. Let's
We
talk
keep
about the
we try to
boss.
keep things we try to keep things blue or less blue on the conversation. Um,
This episode is completely less blue because there are no bears in actuality. They're just lions.
that's true.
No,
True bear.
and there's no Bratches. There's no Bennies. There's no Baffles. All right, Muckety Muck is the boss of Feast Layer, and it's the big Muckoid boss. It's the giant, monstrous slug, spitting goo, spitting it at your face, and
He's spitting that
yeah. What'd you think of the Muckety Muck
nasty
fight?
stuff. I think his name is great.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
so many of the bosses actually have underrated names, like uh, Abracadabra. That's
I think that's
that's
very good. Yeah,
that's 5 stars.
that's
That's
S tier. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So Muckety Muck is up there. Like it's a fun usage of that phrase of that name, like old like gangster terminology. I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. Um,
I wonder if they were named fun things in like other language versions too. Like if you know,
yeah,
I'm sure there's like some colorful. This is
bec-
one for the linguists.
because I've been avoiding all Bonanza spoilers. I haven't actually looked into all the localization, or I guess it's localization in our case, given that it's from Japan, but like all the international localization and seeing what is called what in each region or territory or language. Be
I think
interesting.
really it's a credit to the localizers here that it does feel very natural. Um, there's a lot of fun like pun language and I don't know. I feel like they did a pretty good job. This creature is disgusting. It is
Yeah, yeah.
it's got like stuff sticking out of it. It's like it's growing spores on the top.
Yeah, it's horrific, and also I feel like this was the most difficult boss fight for me up until this point. Like, I'm sure there's a way to speed run it where you just fart on your controllers and you immediately defeat Mucky Muck. All due respect to them, bravo, you did it. You're better than I am at playing games.
Hell, it's
But
not a contest.
it's not a contest, but everybody tries to make it a contest.
No, no, no. Just there's a leaderboard.
I don't
Um,
care. I don't care because I appreciate the game world for what it is.
hmm.
It's better than the
It's
real world right now. I want to luxuriate in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Even though I didn't want to spend much time with Muckety Muck. I mean, I feel like this was more intense because I wasn't sure what was ahead. I wasn't sure what would happen once I defeated Muckety Muck and I went through that sinkhole. So there was a little bit more tension in the air because of it. Because it's a pretty benign world. It's a pretty easygoing, carefree world for the most part. The
Donkey Kong
tension has been
Bonanza.
dramatically cut, but as you near the end, that tension mounts, especially when it focuses on that surrender the root poster. Like you know what's ahead. I was actually kind of surprised that we did get a bespoke boss and it wasn't actually a VoidCo confrontation here. I didn't know. I didn't know if we were going to
I
be
mean,
encountering.
the main thing is like I don't think they would put like a climactic boss fight in the Goofy
I know,
like.
but considering we had that whole cutscene with Void, I didn't know. I was like, maybe we are gonna fight Void in Feast Layer, a food fight, you know?
Yeah. I think this is a real sign of like the I think the way the story in this game is paced out is actually kind of fun because it kind of goes from like a more serious layer and then you'll get a silly one and it kind of alternates so that you don't like get too bogged down in anything. Um But Muckety Muck is a goopy, fun creature, and uh, if he wasn't hideous and deformed, I would give him a hug.
If he wasn't terrible in every single way, you
Yeah, I
you
mean, he looks like a lovable little guy.
yeah, if he wasn't just the
Like,
foulest beast from hell, you would have
well, like things, like some things that are like really ugly are still like cute in a way.
yeah,
Like that's
I
kind of how
suppose
I feel about Muckety Muck. Like, um, he's like an ugly creature that you want to be friends with him anyway.
you would join the Mile High Club with Muckety Muck if it came to it. If Muckety Muck didn't repulse every sense that you have.
Yeah, like he does have that like one thing going on for him that he's disgusting.
Yeah.
Um,
Freezer says he's like Mugly. Uh I don't know which one is uglier though, Mugly or
Mowgli's
Muckety
got a
Muck.
big tongue.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and of course, Mugly could also just blend into the plain surroundings, so nobody would see what you're actually doing.
Yeah, but Thugly on the other hand,
Yeah, Thugly's brought down every plane he's had sex on.
well, there were two pilots, Mowgli and Thugly, and
The advisor goes up to President Bush and says, "Sir, there's another Jackson Chameleon boss." Oh God! All right.
this conversation's gone off the rail. Um,
Traveler of the Star says, "This is my first conversation live stream."
welcome. They're not all like this.
We have 6 calls. Now, okay, we actually had a dozen calls. I had to once again cut it down to half. We got too many calls. Too many calls. Too many people. That's Paul McCartney. That's not Yoko Ono. But of course, you can always call the DK Vine hotline at 1-202-630-VINE 8463. But as the popularity of the conversation has increased, thanks to Donkey Kong Bonanza, people have been asking, I don't like to hear my voice. I'm not like you freaks on the conversation who talk about bodily fluids and cocks and eating pussy all night, every night. I
To be fair, I think you brought up eating pussy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just trying to keep it. I'm just trying to keep it balanced for my own wants and taste. Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it tastes fine.
But there are people who've been asking me. I don't want to hear my voice on your filth, but I still want to ask a question or have a comment. Can I just submit it via text? And I said yes, yes. So people have been submitting those on Blue Sky. So you can send a DM on Blue Sky, and I will read your comments. We got one of those as well. So 6 calls and a Blue Sky comment. 1-202-630-VINE 8463. One other thing. The next couple of Bonanza episodes, we're going to be getting a lot of calls for them. And I have been weighing how to handle it because let's be honest, those will be some super long episodes of the conversation. And then if we're going to be getting more than a dozen calls, maybe even approaching 20, maybe even approaching 30 calls, there's no way I can feasibly handle that. So I've decided we are not taking calls on the next 2 episodes of the conversation that deal with Donkey Kong Bonanza. Let me finish. Because we will be doing a immediate call sack episode on the end of Donkey Kong Bonanza, on the late game reveals, revelations, surprises, a call sack that is part of our episodes to come, but separate so that we can take more of your calls, so that we can read more of your comments, so that we don't leave too many of you in the cold looking sad and despondent because you cannot call in about Donkey Kong and Pauline milking that big queen banana bird, getting drenched in its fluids.
Yeah. Anyone who Anyone who wants to call in about that, though, you can still call the hotline. He just won't play
Maybe.
it.
Freezer says Hyle just do 3 Yuka replay late episodes before that. Just been in my pocket says you should run a lottery or an auction for caller slots. No, I'm a terrible capitalist. I don't know how to monetize or optimize this show. It's all just me spitting vile stuff and hoping it works out in the end. Usually it doesn't. Usually I'm broke. But I have a wealth of calls before me. So should we go ahead and play our first caller?
Hello, this is Traveler of the Stars, Hyle, Andrew. You both are looking great today. You know, there's a lot of tasty food on this layer, but you two are the tastiest dishes of all, as far as I'm concerned. Now, Hyle, I am not hopped up on sugar this time, but I am hopped up on trans fats because we are talking about the feast layer. And before we get into it, I do want to say, Hyle, I know you're probably going to dote on Pauline for not wearing shoes or something when she's walking around on food, but, no, Hyle, no. You do not understand. Until you have a child, you do not understand. All right? But aside from that disclaimer, boy, the feast layer is my favorite layer in the entire game, and definitely one of my favorite layers, or really, worlds in all of Nintendo, I would say. And do you know how I know that? When I play games, I usually don't emote much, and not for like a particular reason. It's not like I'm consciously not emoting, but I just don't. But when I was playing Feast, and I was like in it, I was doing stuff, I realized I kept having a smile on my face. And I realized, boy, this world just expertly captures the joy and this kind of whimsy and magicalness of just being in a place like this. And, frankly, I think the developers, this has been kind of bowing out in terms of like, what comes next. This is the final, I think, main layer, which I would include as the one with all the animal races and bonanzas. So that would include, animals like grass and canyon and lions here. And it's so expertly done. I think the developers have knocked it out of the park. And I have to say, Bananza's pacing has been talked about a lot. And it's great. And that extends to this layer's placement. I think it is expertly placed. I know we can't really talk about what comes next, but it contrasts so well with what comes next. And it's I think, very intentionally done. If this layer, let's say this was replaced with Canyon, it'd still be a great layer, I think, but I don't think it'd be as effective. So where it's placed is just so well done, and I love how, I love the Luncheon Kingdom from Odyssey. I wouldn't know anything about that since he hasn't played it yet. I love Luncheon, and I love how, it takes a new spin on Luncheon, and I just love the energy of this kingdom, the music, Main Gate Market, and, Pride Plaza, which is where you make the burger. Those are some of my favorite original tracks to Bananza. When I listen to the songs, I can't not envision a Fractone bobbing back and forth. I just love it so much. And another thing that I love is just how expertly, like, the color of this layer is just how it's presented. I love how the pitch black sky with the bananium roots coming up, and then the veins, whatever, and then that contrasts so well with like the pinkish red of the layer and just the neon lights. It's just so well done. And another thing I love is kind of how it's mainly just one giant sublayer. It's kind of like Hilltop in terms of construction, but I love how like there's different points you go to to activate different things. You can do it out of order. It's so creative and just so well done. And I love how the, little sublayer below is kind of like this linear platforming thing. It's really cool. And frankly, I could have called in about Radiance and Groove as well. I love those layers, both of them. Sorry, Chocolate Milk Drinker. I love Radiance too. And personally, I think Radiance marks Bananza's finale, like when the final act starts. But I can understand Groove as well, Hyle. Either way, I think Bananza's this whole final act is just terrific. The little oddities personally are the fossils. You mentioned or alluded to them on Landfill, Hyle. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're here. Maybe it's a commentary like, oh, like a food place will have some garbage and stuff like that. I guess, but I don't know, Feast isn't really going for that, like, witchy world sort of, like, rundown theme park vibe, so it's a little odd, but whatever. Also, it's interesting how Muckety Muck is a completely unique boss to this layer. I mean, it is an amazing layer, so it deserves it, but I don't know, it's just interesting that it got that. Also, the name's great. Muckety Muck, Muckety Muck. It's great. I don't really have anything else to say. I love this layer. It's so good, you guys. I just love it so much. And, again, it just contrasts so well with what comes next, and I'm looking forward to diving deeper into Bananza. But, you both take care and have a good one.
Well, thank you for the call, Traveler of the Stars. Had to play that call since Feast Layer is their favorite. And I like to play calls when it's your favorite layer, and I apparently like to I like to play calls when it's your least favorite, most hated layer. Chocolate Milk Drinker and Radiance. But yeah, I agree with pretty much everything you just said.
Yeah, Pauline would be stomping on the gross food.
Yeah, even if she washes her feet in every getaway, her feet are going to get dirty as soon as she walks out. I mean, she doesn't walk. She's on Donkey Kong's back. She never really puts her feet down. So, like, I think it keeps it sanitary. It keeps it, like, safe for consumption and to be sold. Like, but Donkey Kong, he's not wearing shoes. So
I mean, Pauline's like, she's like 13 though, so like she's not like a young kid, so she's not like trying to be gross.
Yeah.
The foot thing is just like a factor, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like little kids are gross, but she's like not like a kid.
Yeah, she doesn't have shoes because she was in the underground world without shoes. She was abducted by VoidCo. And she
but now it's a choice. It's an active choice.
Well, like, but they're not selling shoes in the style shop, are they?
They don't know what shoes are.
I mean,
Is
I
anyone
guess
wearing shoes in the underground? I don't think there's a single one, actually. I think they're all like letting their feet hang out.
Yeah, and they probably wouldn't know how to make human-sized shoes anyway. It would be just too awkward. Like, they don't understand how the little toes work.
Yeah, well, until you have a child. You won't understand.
I mean, the ostriches wear shoes, as Jalen CSC points out.
The ostriches do wear shoes.
Yeah. So I guess unless you have gross little bird feet, you really can't have access to shoes. And Pauline does not have gross little bird feet.
I like the concept of the ostriches having human feet.
But they
Under
don't.
those shoes.
They don't. I mean, that can be your little weird fetish site in addition to everything else. You want the ostriches to spank you with their shoes. We know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do, but you brought it up, not me.
You want the ostriches' human feet to milk your nipples. We know.
This is just showing me all the weird places this conversation went.
Yeah, and now, like, some AI program will just take this up in its gobbling up of human knowledge and just regurgitate it, and this will become a very real fetish for people within 5 years.
Yeah.
Traveler Star says, "Hi, what would you do if Pauline was in a fire?" I would get her out of the fire. I don't want anything bad to happen to Pauline. I like the character.
I don't even want to think about it.
She should be a little bit more thoughtful when she wakes Donkey Kong up, but considering how often we read her dialogue when she does, I clearly don't really have a problem with it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the calls, Traveler of the Stars. Let's play our second caller.
Hello, Kongversation. This is TJ calling in to talk about cheeseburgers. I love cheeseburgers. They're a favorite of mine. They always have been. I think in pop culture and in media in general, an easy shorthand to make your character seem really likable and relatable to kids is to have them eating pizza. Pizza was used with Ninja Turtles, and Friends is seeing friends hang out at a pizza parlor. It's a very common place in media and movies and stuff. So if you want your character to seem likable to kids, a lot of times pizza would be an easy shorthand for that. But my thing was always cheeseburgers. I just love burgers. I'm always a burger guy. So having this one layer in Bananza that's literally building up to having a giant cheeseburger at the end, spending the whole exploration mission just focusing on building up a giant cheeseburger and letting DK get to eat some of it at the end, that really ticked a lot of boxes for me. I love doing that. It's interesting because when the new Donkey Kong design came out, and I was wavering on whether or not I liked it, one of the earliest renders we saw came from Mario Kart World, and it was the render of him eating a cheeseburger with the big puffed out cheek, and I was like, you know what? How could anyone dislike that render? How could anyone dislike this guy? This guy's okay in my book. So, yeah, that's it's just interesting how cheeseburgers and this layer in general just, like I said, it ticked a lot of boxes for me personally, and it's a really easy shorthand to make me like a character. But that's just saying a lot about, who I am and I guess my diet and my taste. But, yeah, not much else to say. We're getting close to the end of the game now. But, yeah, thank you for taking the call.
Well, there you go. Some cheeseburger advocacy from TJ. I hope this shows I'm not biased. I'm not trying to push an agenda on anybody. I just played the most pro-cheeseburger call you could ever hope for.
I love cheeseburgers. I do agree with the Ninja Turtles pizza thing, but mainly the thing I think of when people put like cheeseburgers as the thing people eat in media is it's to signify that they're real American. Um, it's like, oh, like that's the guy eating the big sloppy American burger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess cheeseburgers are like a very I think they're pretty American kind of.
There's not much of American culture that isn't this homogenized like version of like other cultures, coming in and reappropriated. I think the only like genuinely like things that are associated internationally with like an American diet are cheeseburgers. And yeah, like you see that like in American themed restaurants, you see that in Nintendo itself, like Mario Kart Tour, they had like this like America themed update, and that's where they introduced the cheeseburger carts with Charge and Chuck, the American football player. So yeah, I think they've got us pegged there. We're mostly known for our cheeseburgers.
But I also find it interesting that they felt like they should make a world based on this very American food. For the Donkey Kong game, like that does feel like kind of correct.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the imagery, I said it was kind of like Americana projected through an East Asia lens, because I think like the way the lions were depicted, and it felt very, very like a hybridization of different cultures and aesthetics, which I kind of appreciated. It wasn't just, hey, it's Happy Days, it's the 1950s diner aesthetic. Like there was a bit more going on in this world. Beyond just the sludge spitting slugs. Also, diversifying.
Yeah, but also a factory is very American. Also, I think, I think they ticked all the Americana boxes, not even just the.
Putting a 13-year-old to work in a factory is the most American thing possible. So they nailed it. They got it right. All right, thank you for the call, TJ. Have a nice cheeseburger. For me, since I can't. All right, let's play our third call.
What's up, Hyle and Andrew? It's Jackson. I haven't called in since, I believe, the Lagoon layer. So thank you for taking my call if I made it here, and I want to congratulate you on being on hour 5 of this podcast. Or at least it better be hour 5 or hour 6. I don't know, there's so much to talk about with the feast layer. I mean, the carnival, the food, the burgers, the banana burger. I mean, what? I mean, come on. What's not to love? Well, the salt, actually. I don't mean to sound like a Star Wars crybaby or whatever, but I wasn't a fan of the salt. It just, from a gameplay perspective, bothered me because I kept throwing it at fossils. And it would be like, that would be in the muck or whatever, and literally, I don't know, it just felt a little finicky. Like, I felt like a lot of times, oh, that should have hit, and it didn't. But, I don't know, I've grown to love it because I just love everything else about the layer. I love amusement parks, burgers, everything. I love the burger Thai. It's my go-to for DK. But I wanted to know, would you rather eat the burger from the feast layer or the melon from the resort layer? Because one thing I'll give the burger over here is I'm really glad it stays there over time. I don't like how in the resort layer the melon disappears. And I don't know, I just feel like there's a lot of layers that are designed in a way where it's more about the experience and more about as you go through. And Feast Layer I really love because it kind of is more about the overall place and just really fleshing it out. And visually it's just so cool. So I guess one last little question would just be, what's your favorite layer visually, sorta? Is this kind of up there? Do you like the aesthetic? Would you want to chill in it? But mainly I gotta know, would you have the melon or would you have the banana burger? But yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for the call, Jackson. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. I don't like melon. I love fruit. Like, if I have to pick a food, it'll be fruit and seeds and nuts. That's what I like to gobble up in my little cheeks and go yum, 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 yum. I basically have this diet of a monkey crossed with a squirrel or a chipmunk. But, I don't like melon. Melon is just stanky water in a unappetizing shell for me. Like, out of all the fruits, that's the one fruit I'm like, oh no, even watermelon I don't really like. So, Freezer says Andrew gobbles nuts too.
Well, you know.
And just the banana in my pocket says, and spiders. We all gobble spiders. We can't help it.
For the right price.
But anyway, so I will take the banana burger of Feast Layer, but I will have my banana burger in Resort Layer because that's my aesthetic more. So out of all the layers, I think Resort Layer would be where I want to spend most of my time.
I would also eat the burger. The novelty of a banana burger is better than a big melon. I could get a big melon anywhere. But I can't get a big burger everywhere.
Can you get a melon that big anywhere?
I mean,
really?
I would, but I mean the thing is, a big melon is basically just like if I had a lot of small melons, right? Um, that's like the same experience as having one big melon.
Okay.
But if you have one banana burger, that's like a unique experience.
I agree. I agree with that actually. Traveler of the Star says, Hyle, what would you do if Pauline fell out a window? I don't understand. Is this some sort of weird Idaho crew joke that I don't understand?
We don't want to think about it. We don't want to think about it.
Okay. Then I'm just not even going to engage. I'm sorry, but I don't have time, any more time for your nonsense, for your shenanigans.
But this is how you can tell that all of our streams are really good and have a lot of fun bits.
And you can tell that I don't really last beyond the first hour, if that.
Yeah, you get sleepy.
I just eventually was like, you know what? I could just be in bed right now. What am I doing?
And the other question was the favorite layer visually. I like the colors in this one. I don't know if it's necessarily like my favorite. Like, I like that the skyline is like very. It's like pinkish and like everything's kind of.
Yeah. I also like how the bananium roots are getting bigger. And they're becoming a more like a prominent part of the skyline.
I also like that this one's like kind of a nighttime lair, which is like not normally what they go for.
Yeah. It's nighttime without being in a dirty landfill or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not really nighttime, but there's just no artificial synthetic sun in the sky here because the radiance layer, they're making the little burger lights for them, but they couldn't give them a sun. That we know of. I mean, maybe it's just on an artificial day-night cycle, and we just happen to be down there at night. But March Rose says, can this episode finally hit 5 hours? We are close and still have so many calls. I don't think this one will hit 5 hours, especially because there's so much filth I have to edit out of it. But it's going to end up being 20 minutes. It'll be a mini retroactively.
I was afraid that advertisers are going to object to our content.
Yeah. Jimmy Buffett was going to come back with an actual beer sponsorship. He's dead too, but his people, his estate, were going to come back with the beer sponsorship because we've been talking about cheeseburgers so much, and they're like, hell yeah, bruh, cheeseburgers in paradise. And then they
my thing with the length of this conversation is that I think it shouldn't go on that long because I have historically said it's too long. And it'd be very ironic if the longest episode was mine.
Yeah.
But
yeah. It would be. It would be, but it won't be. Don't worry. Most of this is going to be on the cutting room floor. I have my work cut out for me.
Yeah. No, I think this is all good gold stuff.
Courtney says cheeseburger in paradise is just Hyle eating his burger in the resort layer, and then Traveler of the Stars says bra is for zebras. Well, you know what? I'm just thinking about the cheese, and I'm thinking about how it's probably zebra milk because they milk each other to make their ice cream.
Yeah, that's why they wear bras.
Yeah, right. They have to support their massive swinging nipples, like Professor Chops after he gets the piercing. See, it's all tied together. How am I going to get this filth out when it's all required? It's building upon itself in this elaborate way. It's like diffusing a bomb. I can't find the correct wires to cut without it going off in my face.
No, this is all necessary content.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of going off in a face, this call, the next call is going to go off in our faces and in our ear holes because I'm about to play call number 4. Save that.
Hey, I'm Brookie. I love this layer. It's my favorite layer in the game. So I had to call to talk about it. I like it because it's unsettling and weird despite also trying to, like, the Fractones are trying to convince you that it's all happy and cheery. And it kind of is, but it also kind of isn't. Where are the lions? Where are the giraffes? I don't know. Where'd they go? That's an interesting question, and it's more interesting here because there's, I feel like, a little more information about them. There's, details about the founder, and you have to celebrate the founder, our dear founder, rest in peace, our dear founder. There's the weird graveyard with the strange hallway leading from the graveyard into the middle of the park. Why are people escaping from the graveyard? What's up with that? It's cool. It's unsettling. The sky is dark, but everything's well lit. So you have this weird feeling that, I don't know, something's not quite right. And the muck is everywhere, which, yes, that's VoidCo, but also, like, I don't know, they seem less artificial than the rest of the other guys, almost like there's some sort of muck that they're already taking advantage of. There's oil everywhere, salt everywhere, food everywhere. It's kind of gross. It makes you feel a little nauseous. It makes you, like, I don't know, I like to eat, but it still makes you feel gross and weird, and the massive burger is, it's a lot. It's crazy. I love this layer. Where'd the lions go, though? Where'd the lions go? I'm wondering if they sold the rights to their park to Fractones, which, not that they're soulless, but sell them to some, soulless entity who's going to keep it going on literally forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, without ever realizing originally what it was all about. It's a really interesting layer. I really like thinking about it. I like all the questions that it poses. Did you notice, I don't know if you already talked about this in the episode, that the lion paws are on those punching bag switches that are throughout the rest of the game? What's up with that? How involved are these guys in the rest of the underground world? I don't know. It's a great question. Regardless of the answers to these questions, it's a really cool layer. I don't know. I really like it. I like thinking about it. I wonder if the banana burger really is bananas. Maybe the bull chests represent the former bulls that used to live in this lair, and that's why the lions had to leave. I don't know. I don't know the answers. Anyways, thanks. Bye.
So the caller kind of brushed up upon this, and it triggered this idea in my brain. Maybe they're also adamant that the meat patties are made of banandium because they're actually made out of lions. And it wasn't that the lions all died at some point in the past. It's that the Fractones have massacred them to make the banana burgers.
I do appreciate that everyone else kind of also gets a little bit of an unsettling vibe, though. Because I feel like we've kind of touched on this about how like a lot of stuff in this layer is gross and like really, if you think about it, not good. Um, like
Mm.
I do think there is something under the surface that is like a little unsettling about the
Yeah,
concept of this theme park.
yeah, there's something unsettling going on for sure. Like the lion's absence and the weird references to death and the founder. There's definitely something that's a little bit unsettling in a way that is beyond the artifice of the theme park trappings. So it is interesting. And that's what I love about Bananza. That is honestly one of the great things about Bananza, because oftentimes with Bananza, it'll give you just enough information, but it won't fully explain something. And then that really lets you have a feast. In this case, a fandom feast of ideas and theories and notions that you can then spend years and years speculating about. I never thought Bananza would be this rich as far as the context of the world itself. Yes, just a banana pocket says, just shut up and eat your burger. Don't think, just consume. You know who else? You know who else thinked? Hitler. It's true. He didn't have good thoughts, but yeah, I
Yeah.
guess all thoughts are bad. I think that the point about the punching bags having lion paws on them is interesting because it's funny, because one of my theories, and I think Skips also theorized this, was that the punching bags have bear claws on them. And so now, again, we're getting confused with bears and lions, which is which. Oh my God. I don't know.
Yeah, lions and bears and burgers. Oh my, or whatever.
The yellow brick road is just bubbling sunflower oil from breast. Call 5.
Hello, Andrew. Hello, Hyle. This is Kronos calling in for the Feast Layer, which is perhaps the most exquisitely themed layer in this entire game. I think the presentation is just delicious in both senses of the word. I mean, a burger themed theme park, that's just incredible. And, you know, we've talked a lot about how Donkey Kong maybe has a more realistic take than Mario. You know, it's still a 2D platform, but it's like all the platforms are like part of the world. They're not just floating. And, you know, that trend sort of continues here because Mario Odyssey didn't get this far, Hyle, but had the Luncheon Kingdom, which was a, you know, a healthy vegetable and soup world, you know, this world of soup. Moving all Donkey Kong Bananas, are like, yeah, this is a burger theme park. There's like super high sodium food that's going to give you a heart attack. And it's good to know that we are tackling the issues of what happens when the fat children go into the burger theme parks. But I think it's also nice that, like, finally near the end of the game, we're seeing a bit more intermixture between the denizens of the different layers. You know, we have the, of course, the Ant Isle monkeys, and we have the Lagoon Layer monkeys, saddling up next to each other. And because we didn't go, like, the proper path to the Feast Layer, you know, we got diverted into the Groove Layer, which is not part of the same progression as the rest of them. Maybe this is what the underground world always looks like. Like, VoidCo didn't have the ability to, like, set up all of the, he couldn't block the sinkholes and everything like he was for the other layers because he was obviously a little bit distracted. So this is what happens. This is what I was talking about in earlier calls, that this is like the peaceful nature of the underground world, and this is the sort of society that can exist without VoidCo's, you know, manifestation. That being said, it's like, you know, VoidCo, he like ceremonially fires everybody who's already quit for him. You know, he says he's also kind of indirectly firing the eel. I don't think he has to fire people you mind control. That's slavery. That's not employment. But I want to end off talking a little bit about the mechanics. I'm kind of mixed on it. I think salt is an interesting idea. I think they probably should have done some more stuff with throwing chunks. It seems like the right place to put it. It's a little bit finicky. You know, oftentimes you don't exactly dissolve what you want to, even when you're throwing the salt more or less perfectly. I don't think there's a way they could make it like completely non-finicky, so I just sympathize with them there. It is very satisfying though to like keep hurling salt and like just like boring through the liquid body of Muckety Muck. They did very well on that. But just to close out, I think that Pauline shows us that the Burger Queen is always going to be more effective than the Burger King, and it's just an amazing outfit. Thanks for taking the call.
Oh, thank you for the call. Uh, yeah, I thought that throwing the salt at the muck, it is finicky and it doesn't always work the way you intend, but there's something very satisfying about it. You know how much I love pouring peroxide on an open wound, and
Yeah.
it has a lot of the same effect, the bubbling, and then you're like causing the bacteria and the infected bits.
Hyle, those slugs are alive though. Like,
I'm not talking about the slugs. I'm talking about just the walls of muck.
oh, I see.
Yeah, and I just love it. Reminds me of pouring like just a bottle of hydrogen peroxide on a festering wound with
On a
like
yeah, on a big toe.
yeah, a big chunky toe in peroxide. God, that would be a great video.
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah. And again, enough about your fetishes, but
No. It's not sexy. It's just art.
it's
It's
just
like Yoko
ASMR.
Ono's Fly.
It's relaxing. Yeah, it's like a Yoko Ono song. It's just relaxing.
Yeah,
It doesn't
right.
stress you out
That's
at all.
nothing stresses me out less than listening to Yoko Ono big dolphin noises. Um, yeah, I do. I think gameplay wise, this area is not really my favorite. I think the beginning of the lair is definitely a lot stronger than the latter half of it, but I do like the boss fight.
In a lot of ways, this is almost putting Bananza more into a traditional 3D platformer structure as far as gameplay goes. Because it's obviously you're interacting with terrain still, you're destroying terrain, you're destroying a whole lot of cheese and bread, but I think that it's a lot more nuanced. There's a lot more jumping. There's a lot more like traversing than there has been up until this point. And so yeah, it's interesting that it kind of then turns this final world before you get into the end stages of the game into more of what you would associate with Donkey Kong 3D platforming in its infancy back in 1999.
Yeah, I also find it interesting that um like something about this world feels a little more fantastical than maybe Donkey Kong normally would go. But it doesn't really feel out of place in Bonanza.
Right, because it's still the underground world, but also I would say that even though it feels more fantastical, it's still got a lot of hallmarks of Donkey Kong and Rare philosophies where everything has an explanation, everything, no matter how implausible, is justified through dialogue or like little like signs along the way. So it's kind of got this wink and a nod and this like impish attitude towards explaining it all. And that's all I really need in the end.
I also appreciate that, I mean, kind of what this caller was saying, like the opposite of where I was coming at it from, like this, like for someone who really wants to eat this big burger, this probably looks like the most delicious thing in the world. Um, but my impression of this is definitely colored by having, worked fast food or like, having done, worked with these gross fryers,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So like I like that it can kind of both be like a fun, fantastical, like, oh, look at this whimsical giant burger, and also like under the surface have a little bit more going on.
Mm-hmm. Uh, just a minute on my pocket says this layer is like a Yo Noid sequel where that guy held a Domino's hostage and got caught when he ate pizza. Yeah, you got to avoid the Noid. Got to do it. It's non-negotiable as far as I'm concerned. That's a reference for all of you Domino's pizza commercial lovers who are of a certain age.
See, now I work at a pizza place, so I'm really doing
Yeah.
the whole list of foods that you don't want to get ruined. It's all in my noggin, so I still
Hmm.
like pizza though, so it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right if you take off the tomato and the cheese.
Take off the. So you want bread? That's what you're
I
saying.
guess so. Yeah, yeah. Bread. All
Yeah,
right, let's
bread's pretty good.
let's play our final call, and then we do have a comment after that. So we're not out of the woods quite yet, but we're getting there.
Hi, Hyle and Andrew. This is Thomas from Off the Kremlin Campaigner. I can't wait to hear you both talk about the Feast Layer. Feast Layer in Donkey Kong Bonanza is probably pound for pound my favorite layer in the game, just based strictly off of the aesthetics, the ambiance, and the theming of what the layer itself is. Amusement park in a modern Donkey Kong game is something I've been wanting to see for years, but ever since DK Vine first reported that EPD would be taking the Donkey Kong property back under its umbrella, so to speak, I thought we would have to wait at least one game before we could even begin to imagine anything like this. I thought, even though there were Donkey Kong fans on the team, they would want to kind of reestablish kind of the staple archetypes, reinvented EPD Jungle, reinvented EPD Mines, so on and so forth. The fact that we get almost a variant of EPD Factory combined with Amusement Park, combined with kind of food level along the lines of Odyssey's Luncheon Kingdom, it just scratched a very particular itch that for me specifically, and I was so happy to see it come to fruition. Also within this layer, kind of on a meta note, I love kind of the presence of all of the lions. I thought it was so funny. For many years on forums, it would be said, oh, what if Donkey Kong, if we're going to have more revolving door villains, what if he fought some lions at some point? And as opposed to kind of going what may be that more predictable route, we have kind of a more off-the-wall type of lion, a self-indulgent type that founds a burger amusement park and kind of lets it become kind of an OSHA nightmare hazard in that way. And then I'd be remiss not to mention, of course, the Chaos fossil hidden on the back of the Pharaoh wheel. When I saw that silhouette after an all-nighter playing Bananza, I had a feeling it was him, just based on kind of the inorganic theming of the fossils in this layer. I had to make a beeline over to the back of that ride to check it out. Sure enough, it was DKC3 Chaos. In my Discord server, my wife, with a certain Maverick scientist's fried reaction face, has been for years a reaction emote. When I saw that get name dropped in the goddamn description, I about lost my mind. Well, there we have it. I can't wait to hear what you both have to say, and I'm sure I will have nothing personally to say about anything more in this game ever. Bye.
Well, thank you for the call, Thomas from Off the Kremlin Campaigner. Nice knowing you. The Chaos fossil, it's still one of the wildest, deepest cuts. It shouldn't be a deep cut, but it is a deep cut, given how conditioned we are as fans. I spoke about this on the episode with Joy Content on the Radiance layer. I was astonished we had a Lurchin reference in that layer, because you just don't expect DKC3 references that go deeper beyond, hey, you remember Kitty Kong? Remember Kitty Kong was a thing? Kitty Kong.
They don't even go that far.
No, it's like, remember Funky and jorts? Yeah, Funky's just going to be wearing jorts from now on. Here you go. So, yeah, it's pretty astonishing that we would have a reference to Chaos, because Chaos stopped being a factor in the series in 1997. And let's face it, not many people played Donkey Kong Land 3 in comparison to DKC 3. And that's the DKC game that people played the least. So I'm bowled over by Chaos. It's the best bowling over ever in any sublayer.
Yeah, I just remember like when Smash Ultimate came out and like people were losing their minds over like the what is it? It's like a Kitty and Dixie spirit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, they can reference DKC3 again. Chaos feels like so much deeper of a cut. Like,
I mean, he's one of the deepest cuts in his game, considering he's in Sublayer 1400. But yeah, I agree with everything you said, Thomas. I think that it is an ocean nightmare, but we have no regulations anymore. So what do you want? Just fall right into that oil, and too bad.
That's how we respond to our callers. Actually, we say too bad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure when you worked in fast food, that was up on the poster in the break room. It just showed an employee getting scalded, and it said too bad.
No, that was for the customers, though. It's like if a customer complains, too bad.
Oh, yeah. And it also had a sideways laughing emoji.
Yeah, a shrug.
Yeah. Courtney says, Baron K. Rullenstein's spirit that you got from sacrificing like a critter in the Frankenstein monster from Castlevania, that made me really happy. I mean, yeah, Smash Ultimate kind of tiptoed up to referencing DKC3, but holy shit, chaos.
Every time, oh well, you wouldn't get this funny reference, but I just think of the God of Chaos from Billy and Mandy every time you say it.
Bill and Ted?
So no, but the rest of the Idaho crew is appreciating my.
All right, everybody's like, Hyle, Luncheon Kingdom. You wouldn't get that reference. Hyle, whatever the thing you just said, that wasn't Bill and Ted. And I'm like, yeah, okay, well, you know what? Jonathan Taylor Thomas, suck it.
Yeah. No, I just like memory hold it because I remembered the singing voice.
The Noid.
Those are different.
All right. This comment from Blue Sky. This is from, I'm gonna butcher this name. It says Boo XMOWO Booksmo. Howdy.
Frequent Idaho crew chatter.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to read this then?
Oh, sure. Howdy, DK Vine.
I'm sorry.
I'm a new listener who found this channel/site during the Bananza release hype. Sorry.
I'm going to revoke your privileges to read this if you don't. If you don't put on your put on a professional veneer and get through it like a goddamn champion.
Howdy, DK Vine. I'm a new listener who found this channel/site. Okay, Hyle, you gotta read it.
All right. You go in your giggle corner. You go get the tickle monster out of your system. I will finish this.
Do the howdy.
All right. Howdy, DK Vine. I'm a new listener who found the channel/site during the Bananza pre-release hype, and I felt like I had to call in for the discussion of my favorite layer. And then I felt awkward about actually calling and decided to share my thoughts by DM instead. Anyway, Feast Layer really stuck out to me in my initial playthrough because it came at just the right time that when I saw the premise of the layer I thought, yes, I think DK and Pauline could use a trip to a weird burger-themed amusement park right about now. It's the perfect tonal breather in between the time spent separated from Pauline that comes before it and the ramping up towards the finale that comes after it. Simultaneously, despite being a tonal break, it's not a break in difficulty. The various food-themed obstacle courses are some of the most dangerous parts of the game, and in my eyes, that's just plain funny. Yeah, fryer oil is one of the most damaging hazards in Bananza. Why not? It's still one of my favorite areas to just run around in when I boot up my completed save file. I guess I just like the vibe of it. It's also got one of my favorite getaway conversations, that being the one where Pauline borrows DK's tie, fails to tie it by herself, and then wonders how DK himself ties it with his gigantic hands. Donkey Kong wearing a tie is a design choice that's been around for so long that it's rare to actually laugh at the silliness of it, but when you draw attention to the fact that every time he puts it on, he has to gingerly tie it into a proper knot with his huge gorilla hands, it hits you all over again. End comment.
Thank you, Booksmo. The upside to calling in is that people won't read your comment in a stupid voice like I did.
At least I didn't read it like, "How the DK Vine? Whoa!"
To be fair, they did start it off with "Howdy, DK vibes."
Yeah, but you can
Um,
say howdy without going into the.
howdy, books below. I thought your comment was real good.
You don't have to have the little moonshine jug with the X's on it.
To be fair, I did immediately feel bad after.
You should feel bad. We should both feel bad for so much of this episode. Like, I'm going to be taking a shower and crying in it after we're done.
Well, um, as long as you get yourself nice and clean.
Just a banana in my
okay.
pocket. I've got to read this. Just a banana in my pocket. I'm going to do it in the voice. Woo-ha! I'm a sticking my dynamite into this there gerbil. Up me some smashing statistics. I huff me some gas cans.
I'm sorry, Books Moa. I won't read it like that again because Hyle will never invite me back.
I'm never inviting myself back. This is it. We're never getting to Sublayer 1500.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that Pauline is like a kid and like she kind of reacts to like being taken to a theme park in the way that a kid would.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
she's
do you remember
excited to do all the
enjoying
things.
life? Do you remember what that was like?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, well, sometimes I go to a theme park and have fun, but sometimes I go to a theme park and I'm like, oh wow, this is just like the product of capitalism creating a the feedback loop of whatever, Pauline doesn't care about that. She wants to go eat the big burger and use the bun as a pillow. So, um, I wish I could have that innocence in my life.
I mean,
I don't think it's possible.
yeah, I think just being an adult just punches it out of you. But I remember what it was like to enjoy things. I remember what it was like when you would wake up in the morning and you wouldn't want to just sleep for another 5 hours.
Also, they pointed out, oh yeah, fryer oil is one of the most damaging hazards in Bonanza. Why not? Um, the thing is, if you burn yourself on fryer oil, it's gonna hurt. Um,
Huh.
yeah, I've done it before. It's not fun.
Yeah,
Um, so I get it.
I get it. Yeah,
Don't get it in your eyeballs. It's like very bad.
right. Also, the
Um,
sunflower in Conker's Bad Fur Day, also so hot.
well,
Awooga,
uh,
awooga. Am I right,
until
lads?
until you milk her.
And then you've just got a tasty treat. It's a win-win again.
Yeah, sunflower oil. Oh wait, so in the Donkey Kong world, right? So the flowers are like alive. So is it like vegan to eat a flower?
If the flower says eat me, and you don't take its life,
Okay,
just a little
so
nibble, just a little nibble.
a little nipple.
No,
Um,
well, I mean,
the yeah, just one. Um, I'm sorry. Next bit.
next bit is the ending bit. Final thoughts. So I wanted to wrap this up by like addressing that. Is this a tonally odd final regular sized world coming before the conclusion of the story, especially all that drama and the emotional beats of Groove Layer, as well as the other beats, the musical beats. You go from the crisis of losing Pauline, of Donkey Kong getting thrown in the slammer, and then, you have to punch your way out of the Harmonial to rescue her. And then, you've dropped down into this carnival-like atmosphere with a bear that's not a bear, it's a lion. And that might be tonal whiplash to some, because you're expecting this big, ominous setting after all of that. You think the game's winding down, and then all of a sudden it's do 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 do. Not really that music, but something similar. It's a circus. It's you're like, oh god, clowns, but there are no clowns. Don't worry, it's just a bear. But it's not a bear. Don't worry, it's just a lion. But not lions. Don't worry, they're dead.
I think part of the thing with Groove Layer in particular, though, was that like it starts off like really unsettling, but then it gets like incredibly silly by the end. I think.
Yeah,
Um,
it becomes a little tickle fight by the end of it. Everybody's having a good time.
So like I think it's like kind of a natural progression from that point. Um
Well, as our calls and comments said, Feast Layer is a breather, but not in difficulty. It's just a tonal come down before the escalation. And I would argue that's why Feast Layer is important, because you need to cut that tension a little bit, because something important has transpired after leaving Groove Layer. This is the world where Donkey Kong and Pauline are reunited, and this marks the permanent state of their relationship from here on out. Because, until this point, until Radiance Layer, they had been thrust together by sheer circumstance, and they're working together for their separate purposes, but finding a common cause in getting to the planet core. But now that they've experienced this separation and all of the trauma that resulted, they are actually a dynamic team. They're actually working together without any annoyance or irritation or chafing at the idea. Pauline is now just as much a full-fledged partner to Donkey Kong as Diddy Kong is. And I think it's good to spend time with that dynamic before we're concerned with matters like, oh god, the Bananium root, oh god, the planet core. I think that we need time to appreciate the new status quo of Donkey Kong and Pauline, and having this surrogate father figure take his surrogate daughter to
his surrogate niece.
Don't start with me with your nephew propaganda. I will punch your teeth in, and then you'll have
I'm saving that. I'll save that for the next.
You'll have to subside on zebra milk or some shit after you lose the teeth, and Jeff puts them in a jar to savor in his own weird way. Jeff, the tooth pervert. Anyway, my point was sweet until you perverted it up again with your nonsense. I was saying that Donkey Kong is taking his daughter to the carnival, and isn't that wonderful? I thought it was.
Yeah, that's cute. I think this is the best layer in the game. I think the fact that Pauline, like, overall they don't give the character many chances to do things that a child would do. Like, aside from like, I don't know, like I guess like going to the big fruit world and like having her like go like, oh, I'm gonna eat all this stuff. Also, like I think one of the things I noticed with all of her like nighttime chats is that she's always like sneaking out at night and doing some weird shit, which I kind of like that dynamic they have going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that movie, that horror movie that just came out with the children disappearing in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I do think I like that. I like that this is a layer that lets her do have fun as a little kid.
Yeah, it lets her be a kid while life is still enjoyable, and I also like that it reflects not just her relationship with Donkey Kong, but how their journey, in my interpretation at least, has begun to bring the underground world together a little bit. Not only have they like made their lives better by being in each other's lives, but they are making the lives of the denizens of the underground world a bit better by opening it up to them. Now, of course, we know that several of these animal tribes have been to Feast Layer, and this is just the first true expression of that beyond little bits in the Divide or whatever. But I think that Feast Layer represents that one last celebration of everything that has come before in Donkey Kong Bananza. Every species, every tribe, every Bananza form. It all comes together in this one cohesive whole on this factory tour with the weird giant banana burger. And you even got the salvager monkeys of Lagoon Layer. They're going out of their comfort zones for the first time in who knows how long. And
they had to fall so far.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, I mean, if you can do it, I mean, the sinkholes seem perfectly safe, and they're probably using the warp gong, so it's okay. They're just getting swallowed by an eel, but in a consensual way. And That's vegan. That's vegan.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that's vegan. It's vegan when the
Yeah,
harm
it is.
elevator eats you.
He's like, please swallow what I have.
Does it count as?
I let you do
Well,
it.
no.
I
We'll
want
save
it.
that. That's a question for Idaho Crew next week. But
Okay, yeah. Well, tune in to the Idaho Crew every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific for more of these scintillating chats. But the Lagoon Layer Salvager monkeys, they're talking with the Prospector monkeys from Ingot Isle, who are stranded down here. They are away from home. They don't know if they're ever going to get back home. They're not going to the planet core. They're not asking the Bananium root for this wish. They think this is their life now. They think that they're just stuck here, living in Racing Layer. So now they are establishing themselves to the rest of the underground world. They are becoming part of this community. It's this grand unification both thematically and gameplay wise. And I think that's brilliant. I think this is the perfect placement for a world of this stature. And it is so uniquely rare coded in my head. I mean, obviously everybody's comparing it to Witchy World. Some people are comparing it to the Luncheon Kingdom, but even Super Mario Odyssey is the most rare coded Super Mario 3D platformer, in my opinion. So, like, I feel like this not only is the underground world showing how it's changed Donkey Kong vis-a-vis his relationship with Pauline, but it's Donkey Kong changing the underground world, making it feel much more similar to the archipelago he calls home, and also where they get the delicious sunflower oil. So, I love Feast Layer. I think, honestly, Feast Layer is my favorite world in the game.
yeah, I think it's the best one.
Yeah.
Like, it's got silliness. It's got stuff to think about. And it's got a big French fry. So
You can do the high dive in the soda water, the carbonated water. We didn't even talk about that. The high dive. Like, it's like Witchy World. You do a high dive, but this one is a little bit smaller.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a medium dive.
Yeah. But look, I think I really liked Feast Layer, and it really spoke to me for the reason you already brought up. Because with VoidCo falling apart, I finally got to confront the true villains of Donkey Kong Bonanza. My personal nemesis, food. I hate food. I'm a vegan just so I don't have to eat as much food as everyone else. I abstain from it on sheer principle of how much I despise it. All those times my damn mom would say, put down your video game, it's time for dinner. And I'm like, fuck you, Mom. Fuck you, you fucking tyrant. I'm playing my Donkey Kong. Stop intruding upon it with food. One of these days, I'm gonna max out my Smash.
This has been a File 2 production.
Any sucking and swallowing can be vegan if it's consensual.